Hello. Ah, how's everyone doing? Yes, Slothy, I hope you get some good rest if you do. I'm so excited. This book is so good. And like, oh my god. Very happy. I'm glad to hear that, Lily. Let's go. I hope you had a great rest of your 12-hour stream yesterday. I've been just since I woke up and after like chilling a bit in my bed and just like watching videos, all I've done was farming again for near all achievements. And oh my fucking god, the amount of times I have to run in circles and through loading zones is fucking ridiculous. Leveling up some members in Holocure. Ooh, let's go. But up on this point now, guys, I might be able to stream near again soon. All I need now is the stupid fucking flower. And then we can rush through the game for the endings on stream for all the achievements. I really taught much bowel movement earlier. Proud of myself. Let's go. Hell yeah. How's it going with the crutches? But yeah, as of earlier, I finally finished the farm for upgrading all 33 weapons to max, so that's done. But yeah, no longer I have to farm the weapons. Now I just have to wait like days and days and days for the flowers. Haven't figured them out. 2-Phase 30. Yeah, it's all good. I'm glad they finally arrived. So I'm really glad you got them now, and I'm sure you'll get used to them pretty quick. Hopefully. And delivered them. Ooh, let's go. Nice. That's great. I mean, it would be hard having to like go downstairs and pick them up or something. So I'm really glad. That my garbage came out. Yeah. You can get around now without having to use your chair to roll everywhere. And you can go outside. I'm really glad. I wouldn't be hating though. I love it. You're doing great, Slothy. Ready to go outside? I can't wait for you to go outside as well. Figure out the crutches in your apartment a bit first. And then once you get the hang of it, I'm sure it's gonna be great. It's gonna be liberating. And I cannot wait for you to finally move again. Move around. Wake up later and have energy and good mood. Fucking kick some ass. Hell yeah. You better, Slothy. I'd be disappointed if not. No more burden. You've never burdened me anyway. Independent again. You are never a burden to me anyway, Slothy. I gladly did that, all of that. Please don't call yourself a burden. I love you too, Slothy. You're the best. Oh my god. I've been waiting like this entire week to continue with this book. I'm so excited. Especially after yesterday. I am so excited to finally continue and see where this is going. Like, oh my god. Yesterday was a nice refresher, getting like everything very like fresh into my mind. No spoilers for me. You're like, I think 1 or 2 parts ahead now, so it shouldn't take too long until like 1 or 2 chapters ahead, not parts, until like we caught up. So it shouldn't take too long. Maybe 4. Oh my god, you continued? Wow, without me? I see. Okay. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. No, I needed a nap. You're fine, Slothy. I was just like a quick cry in a corner, you know. No, I was just grabbing something. You're fine. Everything's good. I don't hate you. I could never. I could never hate you over something like that. You're fine. I am the quick cry in the corner, not you. We cry together. My window closed and it creaked. Oh my god. It's been really windy here as well. Like, damn. I hurt your feelings. You hurt mine. You didn't hurt my feelings. I just didn't expect it. But you're fine. Oh my god. I feel that though, like for me it's my door that usually like shuts when the wind goes through. Yeah, please lock the lock the window so it doesn't happen again. But yeah, I feel that it's the door for me. If I'm like in the living room or something, I left my door open and there's like a draft going through, my door just fucking slams shut like crazy. Family plays and watch my 12-year-old nephew play Fortnite. Now I feel an urge to play it, but I suck at it. Need duck tutelage. Anyways, we could play as well. Hell yeah. I'd be down at some point. Yo, Shadow, how's it going? Yo, Shadow, thank you again for the tip for checking Amazon again. I ordered a PS5 the other day. It hasn't arrived yet, but we ordered one for $459 instead of like $549 or something. So it should arrive like sometime next week. Oh my god, Slothy, thank you for the 10 bits. Why? But yeah, anyways, we could play some Fortnite at some point, sure. Especially once I have the PS5 and set everything up. Fortnite's gonna run so fucking smooth. So soon, yes. There was a bundle somewhere else, which was the PS5 plus Helldivers for like 510 or something. But, you know, I could just grab the game from a friend from their account, so I don't need. What do you hate more, bugs or bots? We're probably just gonna kill a bunch of bugs. Fortnite's cross-platform? Yeah, it is. Oh, yes, you can play with anything. You can even play with mobile people. Mobile, Switch, PC, console, they can all play together. Oh my god, Slothy. Just because you had a spelling mistake. I am a mobile person. Just because you had a spelling mistake doesn't mean you have to drop another fucking bit. Oh my god. Now that I have crutch. Oh my god, Slothy. I love you, but please. I commit to the bit. Fucking hell, man. Why are you doing this? 13 bits. Yeah. Let's go. Because I love this stream. I love you. Book. Okay, so last we finished off was part 5 chapter 5. So now we're part 5 chapter 6. We're in New York City, April 6th, 2014. He just left you there? Says Henry aghast. Addie takes a fry, turning it between her fingers. There are worse places to be left. They're sitting at a high top table in a so-called pub, what passes for a pub outside of Britain, sharing an order of vinegary fish and chips and a pint of warm beer. A waiter passes by and smiles at Henry. A pair of girls heading for the bathroom slow as they come into his orbit and stare as they leave again. A stream of words drifts over from a nearby table, the low, rapid staccato of German, and Addie's mouth twitches in a smile. What is it? Asks Henry. She leans in. That couple over there? She tilts her head in their direction. They're having a fight. Apparently the guy slept with his secretary and his assistant and his Pilates instructor. The woman knew about the first two, but she's mad about the third because they both take Pilates at the same studio. Henry stares at her, marveling. How many languages do you know? Enough, she says, but he clearly wants to know, so she ticks them off in her fingers. French, of course, and English, Greek and Latin, German, Italian, Spanish, Swiss, some Portuguese, though it's not perfect. You would have made an amazing spy. She raises a brow behind her pint. Who says I haven't been one? The plates are empty when she looks around, sees the waiter duck into the kitchen. Come on, she says, grabbing his hand. Henry frowns. We haven't paid. I know, she says, hopping down from the stool. But if we go now, he'll think he just forgot to clear the table. He won't remember. This is the problem with a life like Addie's. She has gone so long without roots, she doesn't know how to grow them anymore. So used to losing things, she isn't sure how to hold them. how to make space in a world the size of herself. No, says Henry. He won't remember you, but he'll remember me. I'm not invisible, Addie. I'm the exact opposite of invisible. Invisible. The word scrapes over her skin. I'm not invisible either, she says. You know what I mean. I can't just come and go. And even if I could, he says, reaching for his wallet, it would still be wrong. The word hit like a blow, and she is back in Paris, doubled over with hunger. She's in the Marquis's house, dining in stolen clothes, stomach twisting as Luke points out to someone that someone will pay for every bite she takes. Her face burns with shame. Fine, she says, pulling a handful of 20s from her pocket. She drops 2 on the table. Better? But when she looks at Henry, his frown has only deepened. Where did you get that money? She doesn't want to tell him that she walked out of a designer store into a pawn shop, moving pieces from one hand to the other. Doesn't want to explain that everything she has, everything besides him, is stolen. And that in some ways, so is he. Addie doesn't want to see the judgment on his face, doesn't want to think about how merited it might be. Does it matter? She asks. And Henry says yes. With so much conviction, she flushes crimson. Do you think I want to live like this? Addie grits her teeth. No job, no ties, no way to hold onto anyone or anything? Do you think I like being so alone? Henry looks pained. You aren't alone, he says. You have me. I know, but you shouldn't have to do everything, be everything. I don't mind. But I do, she snaps, thrown by the anger in her voice. I'm a person, not a pet, Henry, and I don't need you looking down at me or coddling me either. I do what I have to, and it's not always nice, and it's not always fair, but it's how I survive. I'm sorry you disapprove, but this is who I am. This is what works for me. Henry shakes his head. But it won't work for us. Addie pulls back as if struck. Suddenly, the pub is too loud, too full, and she can't stand there, can't stand still. So she turns and storms out. The moment the night air hits her, she feels ill. The world rocks, re-steadies, and somewhere between one step and the next, the anger evaporates, and she feels tired and sad. She doesn't understand how the night went sideways, doesn't understand the sudden weight on her chest until she realizes what it is. Fear. Fear that she's messed up, thrown away the one thing she's always wanted. Fear that it was that fragile, that it came apart so easily. But then she hears footsteps, feels Henry coming up beside her. He doesn't say anything, only walks, half a step behind. And this is a new kind of silence. The silent aftermath of storms, the damage not yet tallied. Addie swipes a tear from her cheek. Did I ruin it? Ruin what? He asks. Us? Addie. He grabs her shoulder. She turns, expecting to see his face streaked with anger, but it's steady, smooth. It was just a fight. It's not the end of the world. It's certainly not the end of us. 300 years she's dreamed of this. She always thought it would be easy. The opposite of Luke. I don't know how to be with someone, she whispers. I don't know how to be a normal person. Me all the time. It'd be hard for you to ruin us. And I don't think anybody really knows how to be a normal person. It's You're you, and that's fine, and you're great. His mouth quirks into a crooked grin. You're incredible, and strong, and stubborn, and brilliant. But I think it's safe to say you're never going to be normal. They walk, arm in arm, through the cool night air. Did you go back to Paris? Asks Henry. It is an olive branch, a bridge built, and she's grateful for it. Eventually, she says. It had taken far longer to get back there, without Luke's help or her naive drive to reach the city. And she's embarrassed to say she did not hurry back. That even if Luke meant to abandon her, stranding her there in Florence, in doing so, he broke a kind of seal. In yet another maddening way, he forced her free. Until that moment, Addie had never conceived of leaving France. It's absurd to think of now, but the world felt so much smaller then. And then suddenly it was not. Perhaps he meant to cast her into chaos. Perhaps he thought she was getting too comfortable, growing too stubborn. Perhaps he wanted her to call for him again, to beg him to come back. Perhaps. But she will never know. Now, chapter 7, we're in Venice, Italy, July 29th, 1806. Addie wakes to sunlight and silk sheets. Her limbs feel leaden, her head full of muslin. The kind of heaviness that comes with too much sun and too much sleep. It is ungodly hot in Venice, hotter than it ever was in Paris. The window is open, but neither the faint breeze nor the silk bedding are enough to dissipate the stifling heat. It is only morning, and sweat already beads on her bare skin. She is dreading the thought of midday as she drags herself awake and sees Matteo perched at the foot of the bed. He is just as beautiful in daylight, sun-kissed and strong, but she is struck less by his lovely features and more by the strange calm of the moment. Mornings are usually muddled with apologies, confusion, the aftermath of forgetting. They are sometimes painful and always awkward. But Matteo seems utterly unfazed. He doesn't remember. Oh. Ad. Taking a break. We got an ad running. Oh god. That chapter alone already. Oh my god. I mean, the fight was valid. Because, sure, this is what Addie has been doing her entire life. Because she can just do that. But she has someone with her now that is not as forgettable, quote unquote, and invisible as she is. So, yeah, it's... Didn't realize you didn't make it. Yeah, like, literally we stopped at the chapter before. So you spoil me a little bit, but it's fine. The problems are... Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. You're fine, Slothy. It's fine. No worries. I don't mind that mild of a spoiler. You're good. I feel like it would have been inevitable at some point anyway, that something like that would would like come up, but yeah. So I can make my little joke. Sure, I'm waiting. All right, the ads should be over. Welcome back, guys. So much easier for you to follow. I'm so glad. I know I do. I stumble over a few words and like I might be a bit slower, but it's fine. That's just me. I ain't no professional audiobook here. It's a low focus kind of day for me. You're fine. I'm glad to have you here. No, I'm just saying, like, for me in general, like, I stumble over words. I like have to like reread a few lines sometimes, or like and all that stuff. Like, and I might be a bit slower, but that's just me. I'm not perfect. All right. But Mateo seems utterly unfazed. He doesn't remember her, of course. That much is obvious. But her presence there, the stranger in his bed, seems neither to startle nor to bother him. His attention is focused solely on the sketch pad balanced on his knee, the charcoal skating gracefully across his paper. It is only when his gaze flicks up to her, and then down again, that she realizes he is drawing her. She makes no move to cover herself, to reach for the slip cast off on the chair. You said you want to try art, this is what you meant. Totally. I mean, I would draw you if I could, if I would have the talent of actually drawing well. I'm gonna start with simple things. I'm gonna start with simple things. I'm a potato. Maybe I'll try eventually. I gotta get used to it first again, and I gotta get comfortable with it, and then who knows? Maybe I'll draw you one day. If I ever start drawing. She makes no move to cover herself, to reach for the slip cast off on the chair, or the thin robe at the foot of the bed. Addie hasn't been shy about her body in a long time. Indeed, she has come to enjoy being admired. Perhaps it is the natural abandon that comes with time, or perhaps it is the constancy of her shape, or perhaps it is the liberation that comes with knowing her spectators won't remember. There is a freedom, after all, in being forgotten. And yet, Mateo is still drawing, the motions swift and easy. What are you doing? She asks gently, and he tears his gaze from the parchment. I'm sorry, he says. The way you looked, I had to capture it. Addie frowns, begins to rise, but he lets out a stifled sound and says, Not yet. And it takes her all her strength to stay there, on the bed, hands tangled in the sheets, until he sighs and sets the work aside, eyes glazed with the afterglow unique to artists. Can I see? She asks in the melodic Italian she has learned. It is not finished, he says, even as he offers her the pad. Addie stares at the drawing. The marks are easy, imprecise, a quick study by a talented hand. Her face is barely drawn, almost abstract in the gestures of light and shadow. It is her, and it is not her. An image distorted by the filter of someone else's style, but she can see herself in it. From the curve on her cheek to the shape of her shoulders, the sleep-mussed hair and the charcoal dots scattered across her face. 7 freckles charted out like stars. She brushed the charcoal toward the bottom edge of the page, where her limbs dissolve into the linens of the bed, feels it smudge against her skin. But when she lifts her hand away, her thumb is stained and the line is clean. She has not left a mark, and yet she has. She has impressed herself upon Mateo, and he has impressed her upon the page. Do you like it? He asks. Yes, she murmurs, resisting the urge to tear the drawing from the pad, to take it with her. Every inch of her wants to have it, to keep it, to stare at the image like Narcissus in the pond. But if she takes it now, then it will find a way to disappear, or it will belong to her and her alone. And then it will be as good as lost, forgotten. If Mateo keeps the picture, he will forget the source, but not the sketch itself. Perhaps he will turn to it when she's gone and wonder at the woman sprawled across his sheets. And even if he thinks it is the product of some drunken revel, some fever dream, her image will still be there, charcoal and parchment, a palimpsest beneath the finished work. It will be real, and so will she. So Addie studies the drawing, grateful for the prism of her memory, and hands it back to her artist. She rises, reaching for her clothes. Did we have a good time? Asks Mateo. I confess I cannot remember. Neither can I, she lies. Well then, he says with a rakish grin, it must have been a very good time. He kisses her bare shoulder, and her pulse flutters, body warming with the memory of the night before. She is a stranger to him now, but Mateo has the easy passion of an artist enamored with his newest subject. It would be simple enough to stay, to start again, enjoy his company another day. But her thoughts are still on the drawing, the meaning of those lines, the weight of them. I must go, she says, leaning in to kiss him one last time. Try to remember me. He laughs, the sound breezy and light as he pulls her close, leaves ghosts of charcoal fingers on her skin. How could I possibly forget? That night, the sunset turns the canals to gold. Addie stands on a bridge over the water and rubs at the charcoal still on her thumb and thinks of the drawing, an artist's rendition, like an echo of the truth. Thinks of Luke's own words so long ago when he cast her from Jaffron's salon. Ideas are wilder than memories. He meant it as a barb, no doubt, but she would have seen it as a clue, a key. Memories are stiff, but thoughts are freer things. They throw out roots, they spread and tangle and come untethered from their source. They're clever and stubborn. And perhaps they are in reach. Because 2 blocks away in that small audio studio over the cafe, there's an artist. And one of his pages, there's a drawing. And it is of her. And now, Addie closes her eyes and tips her head back and smiles, hope swelling in her chest. A crack in the walls of his unyielding curse. She thought she'd studied every inch, but there, a door, ajar onto a new and undiscovered room. The air changes at her back, the crisp scent of trees impossible and out of place in the rank of Venetian heat. Her eyes drift open. Good evening, Luke. Adeline. She turns to face him. This man she made real, this darkness, this evil drought, this devil brought to life. When he asks if she has had enough, if she is tired yet, if she will yield to him tonight, she smiles and says, "Not tonight." Rubs her finger anew against her thumb and feels the charcoal there and thinks of telling him about her discovery just to savor his surprise. I have found a way to leave a mark, she wants to say to him. You thought you could erase me from this world, but you cannot. I am still here. I will always be here. The taste of the words that triumph, as sweet as sugar on her tongue. But there's a warning tint to his gaze tonight. But knowing look, he would find a way to turn it against her, to take the small solace from her before she's found a way to use it. So she says nothing. Smart girl! Smart. Have the upper hand for just a bit. They'll probably figure out eventually, but goddamn. Also, I'm glad that I don't have to start with the darkness voice like crazy so far. That I don't have to go hard on it. It was just 1 or 2 lines. So far. We're still like going, but yeah. Right. I said so far. I know there's gonna be more. That darkness interaction was only like 2 lines from darkness. I'm sure there will be something more soon, yeah. But now we're jumping back to New York City, April 25th, 2014. A wave of applause rolls across the grass. It's a gorgeous spring day, one of the first where the warmth lingers as the sun goes down. And they're sitting on a blanket at the edge of Prospect Park as performers file on and off a pop-up stage across the green. I can't believe you remember it all, he says as a new singer climbs the steps. It's like living with deja vu, she says. Only you know exactly where you've been or heard or felt a thing before. You know every time and place. And they sit stacked on top of each other like pages in a very long and complicated book. Henry shakes his head. I would have lost my mind. Oh, I did, she says blithely. But when you live long enough, even madness ends. The new singer is not good. Hey, it's me. A teenage boy whose voice is equal parts growl and screech. Addie hasn't been able to catch more than a word or 2 of the lyrics, let alone detect the melody. But the lawn is full, the audience brimming with enthusiasm. Less for the performance than the chance to wave their numbered cards. It's Brooklyn's answer to an open mic, a charity concert where people pay to perform and others pay to judge them. Seems kind of cruel, she pointed out when Henry handed her the cards. It's for a good cause. You are a teenage boy growling, but you're not bad. Wow. I'm not a teenager anymore, though. I'm gonna be fucking turning 27 soon. It's for a good cause, he said, cringing at the final notes of a flat saxophone. Might as well, you're so... 4 years, Slothy, 4 years. The song ends to a wave of weak applause. The field is a sea of 2s and 3s. Henry holds up a 9. You can't give them all 9s and 10s, she says. Henry shrugs. I feel bad for them. It takes a lot of guts to get up there and perform. What about you? She looks down at the cards. I don't know. You told me you were a talent scout. Yes, well, it was easier than telling you I was 323-year-old ghost whose only hobby is inspiring artists. Henry reaches out and runs his fingers through her down her cheek. You're not a ghost. The next song starts and ends, and scattered applause falls like rain across the lawn. Henry gives it a 7. Addie holds up a 3. Henry looks at her, aghast. What? She says. It wasn't very good. You were rating on talent? Well, shit. Addie laughs, and there's a lull between acts, some dispute about who's supposed to go up next. Canned music spells from the speakers, and they lie back in the grass, Addie's head resting against his stomach, the soft in and out of his breath like a shallow wave beneath her. Aww. That's cute. I would love that. Here's a new kind of silence, rarer than the rest. The easy quiet of familiar spaces, of places that fill simply because you're not alone with them, within them. A notebook sits beside them on the blanket. Not the blue one, that is already full. This new one is an emerald green, nearly the same shade as Luke's eyes when he is showing off. A pen juts up between the pages, holding Henry's place. Every day, Addie has told them stories. You're cute, no you. Over eggs and coffee, she recounted the torturous walk to Le Mans. In the bookstore one morning, as they unpacked new releases, she relived that first year in Paris, tangled in the sheets last night. She told him of Remy. Henry has asked for the truth, her truth, so she is telling it. In pieces, fragments tucked like bookmarks between the movement of their days. Henry is like bottled lightning, unable to sit still for long, full of nervous energy. At every moment there's a lull, a sliver of peace and quiet. He grabs the latest notebook and a pen, and even though she always thrills at the sight of the words, her words. This novel is basically 50% was Henry's writing about Addie. I could see that, yeah. Henry's like, her words spilling across the pages. She teases him for the urgency with which he writes them. We have time, she reminds him, smoothing his hair. Addie stretches out against him and looks up at the dying light, the sky streaked purple and blue. It is almost night, and she knows that a roof would do nothing if the darkness looked her way. But lying there, beneath the open sky, she still feels exposed. They've been lucky, so lucky. But the trouble with luck is that it always ends. And perhaps it is just the nervous tapping of Henry's fingers on the journal. And perhaps it is just the moonless sky. And perhaps it's just that happiness is frightening. The next band takes the stage, but as the music rings out across the lawn, she can't take her eyes from the dark. I really like that pose though. Like, I would love that. Like a nice day out with your date and just resting on each other like that. But damn, that's a cool idea with the concert as well. I really like that. And now, beautiful sunset too. Just a perfect day. No, just a perfect date day. Nothing could go wrong. And then something will go wrong. Alright, now we're jumping to London, England, March 26th, 1827. Okay. She could live in the National Gallery. I've been to Prospect Park, and there's definitely teens screaming metal music. Like that. Alright. Indeed, she has spent a season here, wandering from room to room, feasting on the paintings and the portraits, the sculptures and the tapestries. A life spent among friends and among echoes. She moves through marble halls and counts the pieces she has touched, the marks left by other hands, but guided by her own. Also jumping around. I can't really jump around in my chair right now, otherwise I would. At last count, there were 6 in this particular collection. 6 pillars holding her aloft. 6 voices carrying her thought through. 6 mirrors reflecting pieces of her back into the world. There's no sign of Mateos' sketch, not among these finished works, but she sees those early lines reflected in his masterpiece. The muse sees them again in the sculpture of a face resting on a hand, the painting of a woman sitting by the sea. She's a ghost, a gossamer, laid like film across the work. But she's there. She's there. An attendant informs her they will be closing soon, and Addie thanks him and continues on her round. She could stay, but the vast halls are not as cozy as the flat in Kensington. A gem left unattended in the winter months. Addie pauses in front of her favorite piece, a portrait of a girl before a looking glass. Her back is to the artist, the room and girl rendered in high detail, but her reflection little more than streaks. Hot word. Why did I struggle with streaks? Her face rendered only by the smudges of the mirror. And yet up close, anyone would see the scattering of freckles, like floating stars against a warped gray sky. How clever you are, there's a voice behind her. Addie was alone in the gallery, and now she's not. She glances left and sees Luke staring past her at the painting, his head inclined as if admiring the work, and for a moment, Addie feels like a cabinet, the doors flung open. She's not coiled, not wound tight with waiting, because there's still months until their anniversary. What are you doing here? She asks. His mouth twitches once, relishing her surprise. Everywhere. It has never occurred to her that he could come as he pleased, that he is not bound in some way by the dates of their deal, that his visits, just like the absence of them, have always been by design, by choice. I see you've been busy, he says, those green eyes trailing over the portrait. She has scattered herself like breadcrumbs dusted across 100 works of art. It would not be a simple thing for him to erase them all. And yet, there's a darkness to his gaze, a mood she distrusts. He reaches out, trails a finger along the frame. Destroy it, she says, and I will make more. It does not matter, he says, hand falling. You do not matter, Adeline. The words bite, even now. Take your echoes and pretend they are a voice. She's no stranger to Luke's foul moods, his streaks of ill temper, brief and bright as lightning. But there's a violence to his tone tonight, an edge, and she does not think it is her cunning that's upset him. This glimpse of her folded between the layers of the art. No, this dark mood is one that he's brought with him. A a shadow dragging in his wake. But it's been almost a century since she struck him. That night in Villon, when he struck back, reduced her to her gnarled corpse on the floor of Estelle's house. And so instead of retreating at the sight of teeth, she rises to the bait. You said it yourself, Luke. Ideas are wilder than memories. And I can be wild. I can be stubborn as the weeds, and you will not root me out. And I think you are glad of it. I think that's why you've come. Because you are lonely too. Luke's eyes flash a sickly, stormy green. Don't be absurd, he says, sneers. Gods are known to everyone. But remembered by so few, she counters. How many mortals have met you more than twice? Once to make a deal and once to pay the price. How many have been part of your life as long as I have? Addie flashes a triumphant smile. Perhaps that's why you cursed me as you did. So you would have some company. So someone would remember you. He's on her in an instant, pressing her back against the museum wall. I cursed you for being a fool. And Addie laughs. You know, when I imagined the old gods as a child, I thought of you as a grand immortals, above the petty worries that plagued your worshippers. I thought that you were bigger than us, but you're not. You're just as fickle and waning as the humans you disdain. Oh my god! Wow! Addie! She! His hands tighten on her. She does not quiver, does not cower. Simply holds his gaze. We're not so different, are we? Luke's anger hardens, cools, the green of his eyes plunging into black. You claim to know me so well now. Let us see. His hand drops from her shoulder to her waist, and too late, she realizes what he means to do. It has been 40 years since he last dragged her through the dark. But she hasn't forgotten the feeling, the primal fear and the wild hope and the reckless freedom of doors thrown open onto night. It is infinite. And then it is over, and she's on her hands and knees on a wooden floor, limbs trembling from the strangeness of the journey. A bed lies, disheveled and empty. The curtains have been flung wide, and the door is covered in sheets of music. And there is a stale air of sickness to the space. What a waste, murmurs Luke. Addie rises unsteadily to her feet. Where are we? You mistake me for some lonesome mortal, he says. Some heartsick human in search of company. I am neither. Movement across the room, and she realizes they're not alone. A ghost of a man, white-haired and wild-eyed, sits on a piano bench, his back to the keys. He is pleading in German. Not yet, he says, clutching a handful of music to his chest. Not yet, I need some more time. His voice is strange, too loud as if he cannot hear. But looks, when he answers, is a smooth, hard tone, a low bell, a sound felt as much as he heard. The vexing thing about time, he says, is that it's never enough. Perhaps a decade is too short, perhaps a moment, but a life always ends too soon. Please, begs the man, sinking to his hands and knees before the darkness, and Addie flinches for him, knows his pleas won't work. Let me make another deal. Luke forces the man to his feet. The time for deals is done, Beethoven. Now, you must say the words. The man shakes his head. No. I kind of figured that's what he was talking about. I like how they, in this story, basically made it. I guess the deal was taking away his hearing for writing good music. I would assume that would be the deal. Being revered as a great composer, great musician at the cost of his hearing. That's a cool way to like implement historical figures into this like fantasy story. I love that. And Addie cannot see Luke's eyes. She can feel his temper changing. The air ripples in the room around them, a wind, and something stronger. Surrender your soul, says Luke, or I will take it by force. No, shouts the man, hysterical now. Be gone, devil, be gone, and... It is the last thing he hears before Luke unfolds. That's the only way to think of it. The black hair rises from his face, climbing through the air like weeds, and his skin ripples and splits. And what spills out is not a man. It is a monster. It is a god. It is the night itself, and something else. Something she has never seen. Something she cannot bear to look at. Something older than the dark. Surrender. And now the voice is not a voice at all, but a medley of snapping branches and summer wind, a wolf's low growl, and the sudden shifting of rocks underfoot. The man burbles and pleads. Help! He cries out, but it is no use. If there's anyone beyond the door, they will not hear. Help! He cries out again, uselessly. And then the monster plunges its hand into his chest. The man staggers, pale and gray, as the darkness plucks his soul like a piece of fruit. It comes loose with a tearing sound, and the composer stumbles and falls to the floor. But Addie's eyes are locked on the bloom of light in the shadow's hand, jagged and unsteady. And before she can study the ribbons of color curling on its surface, before she can wonder at the images coiling inside, the darkness closes its fingers around the soul, and it crackles through him like lightning and plunges out of sight. The composer sits slumped against his piano bench, head back and eyes empty. Luke's hand, she will learn, is always subtle. They will see his work and all and call it sickness, call it heart failure, call it madness, suicide, overdose, accident. But tonight, she only knows that the man on the floor is dead. The darkness turns to Addie then, and there's no vestige of Luke in the roiling smoke. There's no green eyes, no playful smirk, nothing but a menacing void, a shadow filled with teeth. It has been a long time since Addie felt true fear. Sadness, she knows, loneliness and grief, but fear belongs to those with more to lose. And yet, staring into that dark, Addie is afraid. What? Wow. Wow. Okay. I'm speechless right now. She wills her legs to stay, wills herself to hold her ground. And she does, as it takes its first step and its second. By the third, she finds herself retreating, away from the writhing dark, the monstrous night, until her back comes to rest against the wall. But the darkness keeps coming. With every forward step, it draws itself together, the edges forming until it is less a storm than smoke bottled into glass. The face finds form, shadows twisting into those loose black curls, and the eyes. They are eyes again now, lighten like a drying stone, and the cavernous maw narrows to a cupid's bow, the lips curving into sly content. And he's Luke again, wrapped in the guise of flesh and bone, close enough that she can feel the cool night air wafting off him like a breeze. And this time when he speaks, it is with the voice she knows so well. "Well, darling," he says, one hand rising to her cheek. "Are we so different now?" She does not have the chance to answer. He gives the barest push and the wall opens up behind her, and she's not sure if she falls or if the shadows reach out to pull her down. Only that look is gone and the composer's room is gone. And for an instant, the dark is everywhere. And then, she is standing outside on the cobblestone banks, and the night is full of laughter and lights shining on the water, and the soft, melodic strain of a man singing somewhere along the Thames. What the fuck? I mean, I feel like Addie kinda deserved that. For like, you know, testing him. Challenging him. But what the fuck? The imagery as well, the artist just the author just portrayed with that is so fucking good. Holy shit. God, I love that. Oh. What a good chapter. And we got an ad break, so we're gonna take a little break here real quick. Wow. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. That was really good. Holy shit. Again though, I feel like Addie kind of like went a bit far there, and you know, she got what she wanted. But goddamn. That. Ah. Ah. Totally not freaking out right now. No. God damn. Oh God. Okay, we're back from the ads. Welcome back, everyone. I was just freaking out about that fucking chapter in the book right now. What the fuck? What the fuck? All right. We're now jumping back in chapter 10 to New York City, May 15th, 2014. It is Addie's idea to bring the cat home. Perhaps she has always longed for a pet. Perhaps she simply thinks he must be lonely. Perhaps she thinks it will do Henry good. She doesn't know. It does not matter. All that does is that one day, as he is closing up the store, she appears next to him on the stoop, a novel under one arm and the ancient tabby in the other. And that is that. They carry Book back to Henry's place and introduce him to the blue door and go up to the narrow Brooklyn apartment. And despite Henry's superstition, he does not turn to dust, severed from his store. He simply toddles around for an hour before leaning up against the philosophy stack. And he's home. And so is she. They are curled together on the couch when she hears the click of the Polaroid catches the sudden flash. And there's a moment when she wonders if it will work, if Henry will be able to take her photo, the way he wrote her name. But even the writing in his journals isn't entirely hers. It's her story in his pen, her life in their words. And sure enough, when the film exposes and the Polaroid appears, it's not of her, not really. The girl in the frame has her wavy brown hair. The girl in the frame wears her white shirt. But the girl in the frame has no face. If she does, it's turned from the camera, as if caught in the process of spinning away. And she knew it wouldn't work, but her heart still sinks. I don't get it, says Henry, turning the camera in his hands. Can I try again? He asks, and she understands the urge. It is harder to manage when the impossible is so obvious. Your mind can't make sense of it. So you try again and again and again, convinced that this time it will be different. This, she knows, is how you go mad. But Addie indulges Henry as he tries a second time, and a third. Watches as the camera jams, spits out a blank card, comes back overexposed, underexposed, blurred, until her head is swimming with white flashes. She lets him try different angles, different light, until photos litter the floor between them. She is there and not there, real and a ghost. He must see her fraying a little more with every flash, the sadness rising through the cracks, and forces himself to put the camera down. Addie stares at the photos and thinks of the painting in London, of Luke's voice in her head. It does not. You do not matter. She picks up the latest attempt, studies the shape of the girl in the frame, her features blurred beyond recognition. She closes her eyes, reminds herself that there are many ways to leave a mark, reminds herself that pictures lie. And then she feels the solid body of the camera being placed into her hands, and she is drawing in the breath to tell him it will not work. And she is, it will not. But then Henry is there, behind her, folding her fingers over his, lifting the viewfinder to her eye, letting her guide the pressure of his hands the way she did the paint on the glass wall. And her heart quickens as she lines up a shot of the photos littering the floor, her own bare feet at the bottom of the frame. She holds her breath and hopes. A click, a flash. This time, the picture comes out. Here is a life in still frames. Moments like Polaroids, like paintings, like flowers pressed between the pages of a book, perfectly preserved. The three of them napping in the sun. Addie stroking Henry's hair while she tells him stories, and he writes and writes and writes. Henry, pressing her down into the bed, their fingers tangled, their teeth, their breath quick, her name an echo in her hair. Here they are, together in his gallery kitchen, his arms threaded through hers, her hands over his as they stir bechamel, as they knead bread dough. When it is in the oven, he cups her face with floury hands, leaves trails everywhere he touches. They make a mess as the room fills with the scent of freshly baked bread. And in the morning, it looks like ghosts have danced across the kitchen and they pretend there were two instead of one. Now we're jumping to Vion-sur-Sarthe, France, July 29th, 1854. Vion was not supposed to change. When she was growing up, it was always so plainfully still, like summer air before a storm, a village carved in stone, and yet, what was it Luke said? Even rocks wear away to nothing. Vion has not worn away. Instead, it has shifted, grown, new roots thrown out, and others cut. The woods have been forced back, trees of the forest edge all felled to feed hearth fires and make way for fields and crops. There are more walls now than there was before, more buildings, more roads. As Addie makes her way through town, hair tucked beneath a well-trimmed bonnet, she marks a name, a face, a ghost of a family she once knew. But the Vion of her youth had finally faded. And she wonders if this is what memory feels like it for others, this slow erasure of details. For the first time, she does not recognize every path. For the first time, she's not sure she knows her way. She takes a turn, expecting to find one house, but instead finds two, divided by a low stone wall. She goes left, but instead of an open field, she finds a stable surrounded by a fence. At last, she recognizes the road home, holds her breath as she makes her way down the path, feels something inside her loosen at the sight of the old yew tree still bent and knotted at the edge of the property. Beyond the tree, the place is changed, new clothes laid over old bones. Her father's workshop has been cleared away, the footprint of the shed marked only by a shadow on the ground. The weedy grass long filled in, a slightly different shade. And though Addie braced herself for the stale stillness of abandoned places, she is met instead by motion, voices, laughter. Someone else has moved into her family home, one of the new arrivals in the growing town. A family with a mother who smiles more, and a father who doesn't, and a pair of boys running in the yard, their hair the color of straw. The older one chases a dog who has absconded with a sock, and the younger one climbs the old yew tree with bare feet, finding the same knots and crooks as hers. But when she was a girl, the drawing pad tucked under her arm. She must have been his age. Or was she older? She closes her eyes, tries to catch hold of the image, but it slips and slides between her fingers. Those early memories, not trapped within the prism. Those years before, lost to that other life. Her eyes are only closed a moment, but when she opens them, the tree is empty, the boy is gone. "Hello," says a voice somewhere behind her. It is the younger one, his face open and upturned. "Hello," she says. "Are you lost?" She hesitates, torn between yes and no, unsure which is closer to the truth. "I'm a ghost," she says. The boy's eyes widen in surprise, delight, and he asks her to prove it. She tells him to close his eyes, and when he does, slips away. In the cemetery, the tree Addie transplanted had taken root. It looms over Estelle's grave, bathing her bones in a pool of shade. Addie runs her hand over the bark, marvels at how the sapling has grown into a wide-trunked tree, its roots and branches escaping to every side. 100 years since it was planted, a span of time once too long to fathom, and now too hard to measure. So far, she has counted time in seconds and in seasons, in cold snaps and in thaws, in uprisings and in aftermaths. She has seen buildings fall and rise, cities burn and be remade, the past and present blurred together into a fluid, ephemeral thing. But this is tangible. The years marked in wood and bark, root and soil. Addie sits back against the woman's grave and rests her own aged bones in the dappled shade, and recounts the time since her last visit. She tells Estelle stories of England and Italy and Spain, of Matteo and the gallery, of Luc and her art, and all the ways the world has changed. And even though there's no answer, save the rustle of leaves, she knows that the old woman would say, "Everything changes, foolish girl. It is the nature of the world. Nothing stays the same. Except for me," she thinks. But Estelle answers, dry as kindling, "Not even you." She has missed the old woman's counsel, even in her head. The voice has gone brittle, worn away in the intervening years, smudged like all those mortal memories. But here, at least it returns to her. The sun has crossed the sky by the time she rises and walks to the edge of the village, to the edge of the woods, to the place the old woman once called home. But time has claimed this place as well. The garden, once overgrown, has been swallowed up by the encroaching woods, and the wild has won its war against the hut, dragged it down, saplings jutting up among the bones. The wood has rotted, the stones have slipped, the roof is gone, and weed and vine are in the slow process of dismantling the rest. Next time she comes, there will be no trace, the remains swallowed by the advancing woods. But for now, there's still the skeleton, being slowly buried by the moss. Addie is halfway to the decaying hut when she realizes it is not entirely deserted. A shiver of motion in a ruined mound, and she squints, expecting to find a rabbit or perhaps a young deer. Instead, she finds a boy. He is playing amid the ruins, climbing the remains of the old stone walls, swatting at weeds with a switch pulled from the woods. She knows him. It is the older son, the boy she saw chasing a dog through her yard. He is maybe 9 or 10, old enough for his eyes to narrow in suspicion when she sees her. He holds out his switch as if it were a sword. "Who are you?" he demanded. And this time she is not content to be a ghost. "I am a witch." She doesn't know why she says it. Perhaps simply to humor herself. Perhaps when truth is not an option, fiction takes on a mind of its own. Or perhaps because it is what Estelle would say if she were here. A shadow crosses the boy's face. "No such thing as witches," he says, but his voice is unsteady as he says it. And when she steps forward, shoes cracking over sun-dried branches, he begins to back away. "Those are my bones you're playing on," she warns. "I suggest you get down before you fall." The boy stumbles in surprise and nearly slips on a patch of moss. "Unless you'd rather stay," she muses. "I'm sure there's room for yours as well." The boy makes it back to the ground and takes off running. Addie watches him go. Estelle's crow-like laughter cawing in her ear. She doesn't feel bad for scaring the child. She doesn't expect him to remember. And yet tomorrow he will come again, and she will stand hidden at the edge of the woods and watch him begin to climb the ruins, only to hesitate, a nervous shadow in his eyes. She will watch him back away. She'll watch him back away, wonder if he's thinking of witches and half-buried bones, if the idea has grown like a weed in his head. But today, Addie is alone and her mind is only on Estelle. She runs her hands along a half-fallen wall and thinks of staying, of becoming the witch by the woods, the figment of someone else's dream. She imagines rebuilding the old woman's house, even kneels to stack a few small stones. But by the fourth, the pile crumbled, the rocks landing in the weedy grass exactly as they were before she lifted them. The ink unwrites, the wound uncuts, the house unbuilt. Addie sighs as a handful of birds take flight from the nearby woods, croaking laughter. She turns toward the trees. There's still light left, an hour maybe until night, and yet, staring into the forest, she can feel the darkness staring back. She wades between the half-buried stones and steps into the shade beneath the trees. A shiver slides through her. It is like stepping through a veil. She weaves between the trees. Once, she would have been afraid of getting lost. Now, the steps are carved into her memory. She could not lose her way even if she tried. The air is cooler here, the night closer beneath the canopy. It is easy to see now how she lost track of time that day. How the line between dusk and dark became so blurred, and she wonders, would she have called out had she known the hour? Would she have prayed, knowing which God would answer? She does not answer herself. She does not need to. She doesn't know how long he's been there, at her back, if he followed her some time in quiet. Only knows the moment she hears branches crack behind her.
What a strange pilgrimage you insist on making.
Addie smiles to herself. Is it? She turns to see Luke leaning back against a tree. It is not the first time she's seen him since the night he reaped Beethoven's soul, but she still hasn't forgotten what she saw. Nor has she forgotten that he wanted her to see it, to look at him, to know the truth of his power. But it was a foolish thing to do, like tipping a hand of cards when the highest bets are on the table. I see you, she thinks, as he straightens from the tree. I have seen your truest form. You cannot scare me now. He steps into a shallow pool of light.
What drives you back here?
He asks. Addie shrugs. Call it nostalgia. He lifts his chin.
I call it weakness. To only walk in circles when you could make a new road.
Addie frowns. How am I supposed to make a new road when I cannot even raise a pile of stones? Set me free and see then how well I fare. He sighs and dissolves into the dark. When he speaks again, he's behind her, his voice a breeze through her hair.
Adeline, Adeline.
He chides, and she knows that if she turns again, he will not be there, and so she holds her ground, keeps her eyes on the forest, does not flinch when his hands slide over her skin, when his arm snakes around her shoulders. Up close, he smells of oak and leaf and rain-soaked field.
Aren't you tired?
He whispers, and she flinches at the words. She braced for his attack, his verbal barbs, but she was not braced for that question, not braced for the almost gentle way he asks. It has been 140 years, a century and a half, living as an echo, as a ghost. Of course she's tired.
Wouldn't you like to rest, my dear?
The words drag like gossamer against her skin.
You here, beside a stone, plant a tree, make it grow over your bones.
Addie closes her eyes. Yes, she is tired. She may not feel the years weakening her bones, her body going brittle with age, but the weariness is a physical thing, like rot inside her soul. There are days when she mourns the prospect of another year, another decade, another century. There are nights when she cannot sleep, moments when she lies awake and dreams of dying. But then she wakes and sees the pink and orange dawn against the clouds, or hears the lament of a lone fiddle, the music and the melody, and remembers there is such beauty in the world. And she does not want to miss it, any of it. Addie turns in the circle of Luke's arms and looks up into his face. She doesn't know if it's the creeping night or the nature of the woods themselves, but he looks different. These last few years, she has seen him bound in velvet and lace, done up in the latest fashion, and she has seen him as the void, unbridled and violent. But here, he's neither. Here, he is the darkness she met that night, feral magic in a lover's form. His edges blur into shadow, his skin the color of moonlight, his eyes the exact shade of the moss behind him. He is wild. But so is she. Tired? She says, summoning a smile. I'm just waking up. She braces for his displeasure, the feral shadow, the flash of teeth. But there's no trace of yellow in his eyes. In fact, they are a new and lurid shade of green. It will take years for her to learn the meaning of that color, to understand it as amusement. Tonight, there's only that brief glimpse, and then the brush of his lips against her cheek.
Even rocks,
he murmurs, and then he's gone. Ah! One second. Man, this is so good. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, now chapter 12. We're jumping back to New York City, June 13th, 2014. A boy and a girl walk arm in arm. They're heading to the knitting factory. And like most things in Williamsburg, it isn't what it sounds like. Not a craft store or a place for yarn, but a concert venue on the northern edge of Brooklyn. It is Henry's birthday. Earlier, when he asked her when her birthday was, and when she told him that it was back in March, a shadow crossed his face. I'm sorry I missed it. That's the great thing about birthdays, she said, leaning against him. They happen every year. She had laughed a little then, and so had he, but there was something hollow in his voice, a sadness she mistook for mere distraction. Henry's friends have already staked out a table near the stage, small boxes stacked on the table between them. Henry! Shouts Robbie, a pair of bottles already empty in front of him. Bea ruffles his hair. Our literal sweet summer child. Their attention slides past him and lands on her. Hi guys, he says. This is Addie. Finally, says Bea. We've been dying to meet you. Of course they already have. They've been asking for weeks to meet the new girl in Henry's life. They keep accusing him of hiding her. But Addie has met them over beers at the Merchant, been for movie nights at Bee's, crossed paths with them at galleries and parks, and every time Bea talks of déjà vu, and then again of artistic movements, and every time Robbie sulks, despite Addie's best efforts to placate him. It seems to bother Henry more than it does her. He must think she made peace with it. But the truth is, there is none to be found. The endless cycle of, "Hello, who's this? Nice to meet you. Hello," wears at her like water against stone. The damage, slow but inevitable. She has simply learned to live with it. "You know," says B, studying her,
"you look so familiar."
Robbie rises from the table to a round of drinks, and Addie's chest tightens at the thought of him resetting, of having to start it all again. But Henry steps in, touches Robbie's arm. "I've got it," he says. "Birthday doesn't pay," protests B, but Henry waves her off and wades away through the growing crowd. And Addie is left alone with his friends. "Really great to meet you both," she says. "Henry talks about you all the time." Robbie's eyes narrow in suspicion. She can feel the wall rising up between them again, but she's no stranger to Robbie's moods. Not anymore. And so she presses on. "You're an actor, right? I'd love to come over to one of your performances." Henry says, "You're amazing." He picks at the label of the beer. "Yeah, sure," he mumbles. But she catches the edge of a smile when he says it. And then B cuts in. "Henry seems happy. Really happy." "I am," says Henry, setting down the round of beers. "To 29, says B, raising her glass. They proceed to debate the merits of the age and agree it is a fairly useless year as far as birthdays go, falling just shy of the monumental 30. B collars Henry. "But next year, you'll officially be an adult." "I'm pretty sure that was 18, he says. "Don't be ridiculous. 18 is old enough to vote. 21 is old enough to drink. But 30 is old enough to make decisions." "Closer to a midlife crisis than a quarter-life one," teases Robbie. The microphone flares, whining slightly as a man takes the stage and announces a special opening act. He's a rising star. I'm sure you've heard his name. But if you haven't, you will soon. Give it up for Toby Marsh. No! No! Nah, no, what? What? Way back at the beginning of the book, Shadow, she was the guy she hooked up with in New York when we first met, when we first got introduced to her in New York. And it's been months. She's now been with Henry and all. It's like, what? No! What the fuck? Ain't no fucking way. This fucking book, man. What the fuck? Addie's heart lurches. The crowd whoops and cheers, and Robbie whistles, and Toby steps onto the stage. That same beautiful, blushing boy. But as he waves to the crowd, his chin lifts, his smile is steady, proud. The difference between the first questing lines of his sketch and the finished drawing. He sits down at the piano and begins to play, and the first notes hit her like a longing. And then he begins to sing. I'm in love with a girl I've never met. Time slips, and she is in his living room, perched on a piano bench, tea steaming on the windowsill as her absent fingers pick out the notes. But I see her every night, it seems. She's in his bed, his broad hands playing out the melody on her skin. Her face flares hot at the memory as he sings. And I'm so afraid that I'll forget her, even though I've only met her in my dreams. She never gave him the words, but he found them anyway. His voice is clearer, stronger, his tone more confident. He just needed the right song, something to make the crowd lean in and listen. What the fuck? Ah! Addie squeezes her eyes shut, the past and present tangling together in her head. All those nights in the alleyway watching him play, all the times he found her at the bar and smiled. All those firsts that were not firsts for her. The palimpsest bleeding up through the paper. Toby looks up from the piano, and there's no way he can see her in a place this big. But she is sure his eyes meet hers, and the room tilts a little, and she doesn't know if it's the beers she drank too fast or the vertigo of memory. But then the song ends, replaced by a warm wave of applause. And she's on her feet, moving toward the door. "Addie, wait!" says Henry. But she can't. Even though she knows what it means to walk away, knows what Robbie and B will forget her, and she will have to start again. And so will Henry. But in that moment, he doesn't care. She cannot breathe. The door swings open, and the night rushes in, and Addie gasps, forcing air into her lungs. And it should feel good to hear her music. It should feel right. After all, she has gone to visit pieces of her art so many times. There were only pieces stripped of context, sculptured birds on marble plinths, and paintings behind ropes. Didactic boxes taped with whitewashed walls and glass boxes that keep the present from the past. It is a different thing when the glass breaks. It is her mother in a doorway withered to bone. It is Remy in the Paris salon. It is Sam inviting her to stay every time. It is Toby Marsh playing their song. The only way Addie knows how to keep going is to keep going forward. They are Orpheus, she is Eurydice, and every time they turn back, she is ruined. Oh my god! Addie! Henry's right behind her. What's wrong? I'm sorry, she says. She wipes the tears away and shakes her head because the story is too long and too short. I can't go back in there, not now. Henry looks over his shoulder and you must have seen the color drop from her face during the show because he says, "Do you know him? The Toby Marsh guy?" She hasn't told him that story. They haven't gotten there yet. I did, she says, which isn't strictly true because it makes it sound like something in the past, when the past is the one thing Addie's not entitled to Henry. And Henry must hear the lie buried in the words because he frowns. He laces his hands behind his head. You still have feelings for him? And she wants to be honest, to say that of course she does. She never gets closure, never gets to say goodbye, no periods or exclamations, just a lifetime of ellipses. Everyone starts over. They got a blank page, but hers are full of text. People talk about carrying torches for old flames, and it's not a full fire. But Addie's hands are full of candles. How is she supposed to set them down or put them out? She has long run out of air. But it is not love. It is not love, and that is what he's asking. No, she says. It caught me off guard. I'm sorry. Henry asks if she wants to go home, and Addie doesn't know if he means both of them and only her. Doesn't want to find out, so she shakes her head and they go back in. And the lights have changed and the stage is empty. The house music filling the air until the main act. And Bea and Robbie are chatting, heads bent just the way they were when they walked in. And Addie does her best smile as they reach the table. There you are, says Robbie. Where did you run off to? Asks Bea, eyes flicking from Henry to her. And who's this? He slides his arm under her waist. Guys, this is Addie. Robbie looks her up and down, but Bea only beams. Finally, she says. We've been dying to meet you. Okay. That's the end of another chapter. I gotta take a bit of a longer break here. I'm gonna make some tea. Ad break is gonna start soon here anyway, so we're gonna take like a little 5-minute break or something. But oh my fucking god, this chapter. I did not expect him to come back so late into the book as well. What the fuck? All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I have calmed down. I got my tea. What the hell? Okay. How's everyone doing right now? How are you guys liking the book so far? I hope you're having a good day. A nice evening, nice and cozy. Oh my god. I love this book so much. Holy shit. That was so unexpected. But I love it. Let's go. All right. Let's continue though. Chapter 13. We're now jumping back in time again. 222. I don't think I heard of that. I don't know what that is. It's music, good shit. I might give it a listen after the book. On stream, why not? Oh wait. You know what? Give me one song, maybe. I could check it out right now. One song. We'll see what kind of stuff we have here. I see like no, agony, lonely, hope, inside, don't talk to me. Agony or go, okay. Well, let's do agony. Oh wait, is that? Oh god. I saw the video preview. Okay. I'm curious. we'll see what this is. Okay. Okay. I don't know what to expect.
One ill step, I'm out the door. Make two quick moves and I'll make you so fine.
Okay.
Easy turn a day you don't want to see. I'm the one you've waited for, a saving grace within the storm. I wanna abide by any norms no more, no more.
Ooh, yeah, okay. I like it. That's really good. Hell yeah. I didn't expect a voice in the beginning, but damn. Ooh. The beat is also really nice. music video is catching me a bit off guard with the SpongeBob stuff. But hell yeah, it's a good song. Hell yeah. Okay. The video just took a dark turn. All right. What the fuck? Okay. Dying. Yeah, it's like the lyrics are great as well. It's a good song. God, that video is just catching me off guard all the time right now, though. What the fuck, SpongeBob? Why are you murdering people? So out of nowhere, it's absolutely, but it's a good song. Wow. Well, welcome one adds to the experience. Kinda does, yeah, for sure. Hell yeah, that was a good song. I like that. I'm gonna check out more of them later, sure. Absolutely. I've been dying to find a few new songs because I've been just listening to the same things over and over. So maybe he's gonna get put into the mix of this like random music I listen to all the time. Hell yeah. I like that. All right. Well, I think we can go back to the book now, though, for sure. And we're going back in time. We're going to Germany now, actually. We're en route to Berlin, in Berlin, Germany, July 29th, 1872. Let's see where this is going. The glasses rattle faintly on the table as the train rolls through the German countryside. Addie sits in the dining car, sipping her coffee and staring out the window, marveling at the speed with which the world goes past. Humans are capable of such wondrous things, of cruelty and war, but also art and invention. You will think this again and again over the years when bombs are dropped and buildings felled, when terror consumes whole countries. But also when the first images are impressed on film, when planes rise into the air, when movies go from black and white to color. She's amazed. She will always be amazed. Lost in her thoughts, she doesn't hear the conductor until he's beside her, one hand coming to rest lightly on her shoulder. Fräulein, he says, your ticket, please. Addie smiles. Of course. She looks down at the table, pretends to shuffle through her purse. I'm sorry, she says, rising. I must have left it in my room. It is not the first time they have done this dance, but it is the first time the porter has decided to follow her, trailing like a shadow as she makes her way toward a car she does not have, or a ticket that she never bought. Addie quickens her pace, hoping to put a door between them, but it is no use. The conductor is with her every step, and so she slows and stops before the door and leads to a room that is certainly not hers, hoping that at least it will be empty. It is not. As she reaches for the handle, it escapes, sliding open onto the dim compartment. An elegant man leaning in the doorway, black curls drawn like ink against his temples. Relief rolls through her. Herr Wald, says the conductor, straightening, as if the man in the door were a duke and not the darkness. Luke smiled.
There you are, Adeline,
he says in a voice as smooth and rich as a summer honey. His green eyes slide from her to the conductor.
She has a way of running off, my wife. Now,
He says, a sly smile on his lips.
what's brought you back to me?
Addie manages a smile of her own, closingly sweet. My love, she says, I forgot my tickets. He chuckles, drawing a slip of paper from the pocket of his coat. Luke draws Addie close.
What a forgetful thing you are, my dear.
She bristles, but holds her tongue, leans instead into the weight of him. The conductor surveys the slip and wishes them a pleasant night, and the moment he is gone, she pulls away from Luke.
My Ellen,
Clicks his tongue.
that is no way to treat a husband.
I'm not yours, she says, and I did not need your help.
Of course not.
He answers dryly.
Come, let's not quarrel in the hall.
Luke draws her into the compartment, or at least that is what she thinks he's doing. But instead of stepping into the familiar confines of the cabin, she finds only the darkness, vast and deep. Her heart catches on the missed step, the sudden drop. As the train falls away, the world falls away, and they are back in the nothing, the hollow space between. And she knows she will never fully know it, never be able to wrap her mind around the nature of the dark, because she realizes now what it is, this place. It is him. It is the truth of him, the vast and savage night, the darkness, full of promise and violence and fear and freedom. And when the night shudders back into shape around them, they are no longer on the German train, but on a street, in the center of a city she does not know yet, is Munich. Damn. So they went from a train to Berlin, all the way down to Munich. All right. And she should be mad at the abduction, the sudden change in the direction of her night. But she cannot stifle the curiosity blossoming in the wake of her confusion. The sudden flush of something new, the thrill of adventure. Her heart quickens, but she resolves not to let him see her marvel. She suspects he does anyway. There's a pleased glint in those eyes, a thread of darker green. They are standing on the steps of a pillared opera house, her traveling clothes gone, replaced by a far finer dress. And Addie wonders if the gown is real, as far as anything is real, or simply the conjuring of smoke and shadow. Luke stands beside her, a gray scarf around his collar, green eyes dancing beneath the brim of a silk top hat. The evening bustles with movement, men and women climbing the steps arm in arm to see the show. She learns that it is Wagner. It is Tristan and Isolde. Though these things mean nothing to her yet. She does not know it is the height of his career. She does not know it has become his masterpiece. But she can taste the promise, like sugar in the air, as they pass through a lobby of marble columns and painted arches, and into a concert hall of velvet and gold. Luke rests a hand on the small of her back, guiding her forward to the front of a balcony, a low box with a perfect view of the stage. Her heart quickens with excitement before she remembers Florence.
Do not mistake this for kindness,
He said.
I simply want to be the one who breaks you.
There's no mischief in his eyes as they take their seats, no cruel twist to his smile, only the languid pleasure of a cat in the sun. 2 glasses arrive brimming with champagne, and he holds one out to her.
Happy anniversary,
he says as the light dim and the curtain rises. It begins with music, the rising tension of a symphony, notes like waves rolling through the hall, crashing against the walls, the inversion of a storm against a ship. And then, the arrival of Tristan, of Isolde, their voices larger than the stage. She has heard musicals, of course, heard symphonies and plays, voices so pure they bring her to tears. But she has never heard anything like this. The way they sang, the scope and scale of their emotions, the desperate passion in their movements, the raw power of their joy and pain. She wants to bottle this feeling, to carry it with her through the dark. It will be years before she hears a record of the symphony and turns the volume up until it hurts, surrounds herself with sound, though it will be the same as this. It will never be the same as this. Once, Addie tears her gaze from the players on the stage only to see that Luke is watching her instead of them. And there it is again. The peculiar shade of green. Not coy or chiding, not cruel, but pleased. She will realize later that this is the first night he does not ask for her surrender. The first time he makes no mention of her soul. But right now, she is thinking only of the music, the symphony, the story. She's drawn back to the stage by the anguish in a note, by the tangle of limbs in an embrace, by the look of lovers on the stage. She leans forward, breathes the opera in until it aches inside her chest. The curtain falls on the first act and Addie is on her feet, ringing with applause. Luke laughs, soft as silk, as she sinks back into her seat.
You're enjoying this.
And she doesn't lie, and even to spite him. It is wonderful. A smile plays across his face.
Can you guess which ones are mine?
At first she does not understand. And then of course she does. And her spirits sink. Are you here to claim them? She asks, relieved when Luke shakes his head.
No,
he says.
Not tonight, but soon.
Addie shakes her head. I don't understand. Why end their lives as they're reaching their peak? He looks at her.
They made their deal. They know the cost.
Why would anyone trade a lifetime of talent for a few years of glory? Luke's smile darkens.
Because time is cruel to all, and crueler still to artists. Because vision weakens and voices wither, and talent fades.
He leans close, twists a lock of her hair around one finger.
Because happiness is brief and history is lasting. And in the end,
he says,
everyone wants to be remembered.
The words are a knife cutting swift and deep. Addie knocks his hand away and turns her attention back to the stage as the opera resumes. It is a long play, and yet it is over too soon. Hours gone in moments. Addie wishes she could stay, tucked in the seat, and start the opera again, fold herself between the lovers and their tragedy, lose herself in the beauty of their voices. And yet she cannot help but wonder, of all the things that Addie has loved, she loved because of them, or him. Luke stands, offering his arm. She does not take it. They walk side by side through the Munich night, and Addie still feels buoyant in the wake of the opera, the voices ringing through her like a bell. But Luke's question echoes too.
Which of them are mine?
She looks at him, the elegant shape beside her in the dark. What is the strangest deal you've ever done? Luke tips his head back and considers.
Joan of Arc,
He says.
a soul for a blessed sword, so that she could not be struck down.
Addie frowns. She was.
But not in battle.
Luke's smile goes sly.
Semantics may seem small, Adeline, but the power of a deal is in its wording. She asked for the protection of a god while it was in her hands. She did not ask for the ability to keep hold of it.
Addie shakes her head, bemused. I refuse to believe that Joan of Arc made a deal with the dark. The smile splits, showing teeth.
Well, perhaps I let her believe I was a little more angelic. But deep down, I think she knew. Greatness requires sacrifice. Who you sacrifice to matters less than what you sacrifice for. And in the end, she became what she wanted to be.
A martyr?
A legend.
Addie shakes her head. But the artists, think of all they could have done. Don't you mourn their loss? Luke's face darkens, and she remembers his mood the night he met her in the National, remembers his first words in Beethoven's room.
What a waste. Of course I do,
He says.
but all great art comes with a cost.
He looks away.
You should know that. After all, we are both patrons in our way.
I'm nothing like you, she says. But there's not much venom in the words. I'm a muse and you are a thief. He shrugs.
Give and take,
He says, and nothing more. But when it's late and he is gone, and she is left to wonder, the opera plays on, perfectly preserved inside the prism of her memory, and Addie wonders, softly, silently, if their souls were a fair price for such fine art. Oh god. Give me a moment. I need to drink some of my tea. My voice, my throat. Gotta keep that throat moist. Okay. Now we're at chapter 14. We're back in New York City, July 4th, 2014. Lights explode over the city. They've gathered on the roof of Robbie's building along with 20 other people to watch the fireworks go off. Paint the Manhattan skyline pink and green and gold. Addie and Henry stand together, of course, but it's too hot to touch. His glasses keep fogging and he seems less interested in drinking his beer than holding the can against his neck. A breeze trickles through the air, carrying as much relief as a dry event, and everyone on the roof makes exaggerated noises, letting out oohs and ahs that might be for the fireworks or simply the limp gust of air. A kiddie pool sits in the center of the roof, surrounded by lawn chairs, a huddle of people sloshing their feet in the tepid water. The fireworks finish, and Addie looks around for Henry, but he's wandered off. He's been in a strange mood all day, but she assumes it's the heat, sitting like a weight on everything. The bookstore was closed, and they spent most of the day stretched together on the sofa in front of a box fan, book pawing at an ice cube as they watched TV. The heat enough to temper even Henry's manic energy. She was too tired to tell him stories, he was too tired to write them down. The rooftop door bursts open, and Robbie appears, looking as if he's raided an ice cream truck, his arms full of melting ice pops. People whoop and cheer, and he makes his rounds of the roof, doling out once frozen treats. 12 times the charm, she thinks, as he hands her a fruit bar, but even though he doesn't remember her, Henry's obviously said enough. Or perhaps Robbie simply recognizes everyone else and makes the deduction. One of these things is not like the others. Addie doesn't lose a second. She breaks into a sudden grin. "Oh my god, you must be Robbie!" She throws her arms around his neck. "Henry told me all about you!" Robbie pulls free. "Did he?" "You're the actor. You said you're amazing. That it's only a matter of time before you're on Broadway." Robbie blushes a little, looks away. "I'd love to come to one of your shows. What are you performing in right now?" Robbie hesitates, but she can feel him faltering, torn between shunning her and sharing his news. "We're doing a spin on Faust," he says. "You know, man makes a deal with the devil." Addie bites into the ice pop, sending a wave of shock through her teeth. It is enough to mask the grimace as Robbie goes on. It's going to be set against a stage that's more labyrinth. Think Mephistopheles, but by the way of the Goblin King. He gestures at himself when he says it. It's a really cool spin. The costumes are amazing. Anyway, it doesn't open until September. It sounds wonderful. Can't wait to see. At that, Robbie almost smiles. I think it will be pretty cool. "To Faust," she says, lifting her ice pop. "And the devil," answers Robbie. Her hands have gone sticky, and she dunks them into the kiddie pool and goes in search for Henry. She finally finds him alone in a corner of the roof, a stretch where the lights don't reach. He's staring out, not up, but down over the edge. "I think I finally cracked Robbie," she says, wiping her hands on her shorts. He says, not really listening. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek, and he closes his eyes into the faint summer breeze and sways a little on his feet. Addie pulls him away from the edge. "What's wrong?" His eyes are dark, and for a moment he looks haunted, lost. "Nothing," he said softly. "Just thinking." Addie had lived long enough to recognize a lie. Lying is its own language, like the language of seasons or gestures or the shade of Luke's eyes. So she knows that Henry is lying to her now. Or at least, he's not telling her the truth. And maybe it is one of his storms, she thinks. Maybe it is the summer heat. It is not, of course. And later she will know the truth, and she will wish she'd asked, wish she'd pressed, wish she'd known. Later. But tonight, he pulls her close. Tonight, he kisses her, deeply, hungrily, as if he can make her forget what she saw. And Addie lets him try. That night, when they got home, it is too hot to think, to sleep. So they fill the bathtub with cold water, turn off the lights, and climb inside, shivering at the sudden, merciful relief. They lie there in the dark, bare legs intertwined beneath the water. Henry's fingers play a melody across her knee. "When we first met," he muses, "why didn't you tell me your real name?" Addie looks up at the darkened ceiling tiled and sees Isabel as she was, the last day, sitting at the table, her eyes gone empty. She sees Remy in the cafe, staring dreamily past her words, unable to hear them. "'Cause I didn't think I could," she says, running her fingers through the water.
When I try to tell people the truth, their faces just go blank. When I try to say my name, it always gets stuck in my throat. She smiles. Except with you. But why? He asks. If you're going to be forgotten, what does it matter if you tell the truth? Addie closes her eyes. It's a good question. One she's asked herself 100 times. I think he wanted to erase me. To make sure I felt unseen, unheard, unreal. You don't really realize the power of a name until it's gone. Before you, he was the only one who could say it. The voice curls like smoke inside her head. Oh, Adeline. Adeline. My Adeline. What an asshole, says Henry, and she chuckles, remembering the nights she screamed up at the sky, called the darkness so much worse. And then he asks, when's the last time you saw him? And Addie falters. For an instant, she's in a bed, black silk sheets twisted around her limbs, the New Orleans heat oppressive even in the dark. But look is a cool weight wrapped around her limbs, his teeth skating along her shoulder as he whispers the word against her skin. Surrender. Okay, we got another little ad break here, so we can take a little break. Oh my god. I want to know what's going on with Henry. It's July 4th was not the day he made the deal, right? I think. I don't remember. If it was, I guess that's why he's being so down that day. Other than that, it might have just been one of his like so-called storms. I'm not sure right now, but it's their interaction right now is really nice. I am absolutely enjoying this book. Every second of it, every word. I think we can finish it today. We're like about 100 pages away from finishing it. That can't be too bad, right? It's such a fun book. It's so good. I really want to know how it ends now, because oh my god, I am so fucking hooked. All right, ads are over. Welcome back, guys. Addie swallows, pushes the memory down like bile in her throat. Almost 30 years ago, she says, as if she doesn't count the days, as if the anniversary isn't rushing up to meet them. She glances sideways at the clothes piled on the bathroom floor, the indent of the wooden ring in the pocket of her shorts. We had a falling out, she says, and it's the barest version of the truth. Henry looks at her, clearly curious, but he doesn't ask what happened, and for what, and for that, she's grateful. There is an order to the story. She will tell him when she gets there. For now, Addie reaches up, turns the shower on, and it falls down on them like rain, soothing and steady, and is the perfect kind of silence, easy and empty. They sit across from each other beneath the icy stream, and Addie closes her eyes and tips her head back against the tub and listens to the makeshift storm. Chapter 15. The Coswolds, England, December 31st, 1899. It is snowing. Not a patina of frost or a few wayward flakes, but a dousing of white.
Addie sits curled in the window of a little cottage, the fire at her back and a book open on her knees, as she watches the sky fall. She has ushered in the change of years so many ways. Perched on London rooftops holding bottles of champagne and torch in hand through the cobbled roads of Edinburgh. She has danced in the halls of Paris and watched the sky go white with fireworks in Amsterdam. She has kissed strangers and sung of friends she'll never meet. Gone out with bangs and with whispers. But tonight, she's content to sit and watch the world go white beyond the window, every line and curve erased by snow. The cottage is not hers, of course, not in the strictest sense. She found it more or less intact, a place abandoned or simply forgotten. The furniture was threadbare, the cupboards almost empty, but she has had a season to make it hers, to gather wood from the copse of trees around the field, across the field, to tend the wild garden and steal what she could not grow. It is simply a place to rest her bones. Outside, the storm has stopped. The snow lies quiet on the ground, as smooth and clean as unmarked paper. Perhaps that is what drives her to her feet. She pulls the cloak tight around her shoulders and surges out, boots sinking instantly into the snow. It is light, whipped into a sugar film, the taste of winter on her tongue. Once, when she was 5 or 6, it snowed back in Vion. A rare sight, a film of white several inches deep that coated everything. In hours, it was ruined by horses and carts and people trudging to and fro. But Addie found a small expanse of untouched white. She rushed out onto it, leaving a trail of shoes. She ran bare hands over the frozen sheets, left fingers in her wake. She ruined every inch of the canvas. When she was done, she looked around at the field, now covered in tracks, and mourned that it was over. The next day, the frost broke, the ice melted, and it was the last time she played in snow. Until now. Now, her steps crunch the perfect snow, and it rises in her wake. Now, she runs her fingers through the gentle hills, and they smooth behind her touch. Now she plays in the field and does not leave a mark. The world remains unblemished, and for once she is grateful. She spins and twirls and dances partnerless across the snow, laughing at the strange and simple magic of the moment, before stepping wrong, a patch deeper than she thought. She loses her balance and crashes down into the pile of white, gasping at the sudden cold along her collar, the snow that creeps inside her hood. She looks up. It has begun to snow again, lightly now, flakes falling like stars. The world goes muffled, a cotton kind of quiet. And if it were not for this icy damp leaching through her clothes, she thinks she could stay here forever. She decides she will at least stay here for now. She sinks into the snow, lets it swallow the edges of her sight, until there's nothing but a frame around the open sky, the night cold and clear and full of stars. And she's 10 again, stretched in the tall grass behind her father's workshop, dreaming she's anywhere but home. How strange, the winding way a dream comes true. But now, gazing up into the endless dark, she does not think of freedom, but of him. And then he's there, standing over her, haloed by the dark, and she thinks perhaps she's going mad again. It would not be her first time.
200 years.
Luke says, kneeling beside her.
And still behaving like a child.
What are you doing here?
I could ask the same of you.
He holds out his hand, and she takes it, lets him draw her up out of the cold, and together they walk back to the little house, leaving only his steps in the snow. Inside, the fire has gone out, and she groans a little herself, reaching for the lantern, hoping it will be enough to coax the fire back to life. But Look only looks at the smoking ruins and flicks his fingers in an absent way, and the flames surge up inside its hearth, a bloom of heat casting shadows over everything. How easily he moves through the world, she thinks. How hard he's made it for her. Look considers the little cottage, the borrowed life.
My Adeline,
He says,
still longing to grow up and become Estelle.
I'm not yours, she says, though by now the words have lost their venom.
All the world, and you pass your time playing the part of a witch in the wild, a crow, praying to old gods.
I did not pray to you, and yet here you are. She takes him in, dressed in a wool coat and cashmere scarf, the collar high against his cheeks, and realizes this is the first time she has seen Look in winter. It suits him, as well as summer did. The fair skin of his cheeks gone marble white, the black curls the color of the moonless sky, those green eyes as cold and bright as stars, and the way he looks, standing before the fire. She wishes she could draw him. Even after all this time, her fingers itch for charcoal. He runs a hand over the mantle. I saw an elephant in Paris. Her words to him so many years before. Oh no.
I saw an elephant in Paris.
Her words to him so many years before. It is such a strange answer now, filled with unspoken things. I saw an elephant and thought of you. I was in Paris and you were not. And you thought of me? She asks, how she says. It is a question, and he does not answer. Instead, he looks around and says,
This is a pitiful way to usher out a year. We can do better. Come with me.
and she's curious. She's always curious, but tonight she shakes her head. No. That proud chin lifts, those dark brows draw together.
Why not?
Addie shrugs. 'Cause I'm happy here, and I do not trust you to bring me back. His smile flickers like firelight, and she expects that to be the end of that. To turn and find him gone, stolen back into the dark. But he is still there, the shadow in her burrowed home. He lowers himself into the second chair. He conjures a cup of wine from nothing, and they sit before the fire like friends. Or at least like foes at rest. And he tells her of Paris at the close of a decade, the turn of a century, of the riders blooming like flowers, of the art and the music and the beauty. He has always known how to tempt her. He says, it's a golden age, a time of light.
You would enjoy it,
he says. I'm sure I would. She will go in the spring and see the World's Fair, witness the Eiffel Tower, the iron sculpture climbing toward the sky. She will walk through buildings made of glass, ephemeral installations. And everyone will talk of the old century and the new one, as if there is a line in the sand between present and past, as if it does not all exist together. History is a thing designed in retrospect. For now, she listens to him talk, and that is enough. She does not remember drifting off, but when she wakes, it is early in the morning and the cottage is empty, the fire little more than embers. A blanket has been cast over her shoulders, and beyond the window the world is white again. And Addie will wonder if he was ever there. And that's the end of part 5. Oh my god. I'm gonna start with part 6, which is called Do Not Pretend That This Is Love. Oh my god, is there gonna be some stress between Henry and Addie? Oh god, I hope not. Okay. Chapter 1. We're in Vion-sur-Sarthe, July 29th, 1914. Isn't that the year she made the deal? How was it? Okay. It is pouring in Vion. The Sarthe swells against its bank, and the rain turns footpaths into muddy rivers. Oh no, wait, 1914, not 1714. I am stupid. Sorry. It spills over doorways, fills her caught ears with the steady white noise of rushing water. And when Addie closes her eyes, the years dissolve, and she's 10 again. She's 15, she's 20. Her skirt's wet, hair flying behind her as she races barefoot through a countryside washed clean. But then she opens her eyes again, and it has been 200 years, and she cannot deny that the little village of Vion has changed. She recognizes less and less, finds more and more strange. Here and there she can still make out the place that she once knew, but her memories are threadbare. Those years before her feel left to weather and fade. And yet, some things are constant. The stretch of road that runs through the town, the small church sitting in the center, the low wall of the graveyard immune to the slow procession of change. Addie lingers in the chapel doorway, watching the storm. She had an umbrella when she started out, but a sharp gust of wind bent the frame, and she knows she should wait for the rain to ease. That she has only that one dress. That she stands there, one hand held out to the cup of the falling water. She thinks of Estelle, who used to stand beneath the storms, arms wide and welcoming. And Addie abandons her shelter and heads for the cemetery gate. In moments she is soaked, but the rain is warm and she will hardly melt. She passes a few new headstones, many old, sets a wild rose on each of her parents' graves, and goes to find Estelle. She has missed the old woman these many years, missed her comfort and her counsel, missed the strength of her grip and her witty laugh, and the way she believed in Addie when she was Adeline, when she was still there, still human. And even though she holds on to that, what she can, Estelle's voice has all but vanished with the passing years. This is the only place she can still conjure it. Her presence felt in the old stones, the weedy earth, the weathered tree over her head. But the tree is not there. The grave slumps weary in its plot, the stone moldering and cracked, but the beautiful tree, with its wide limbs and its deep roots, is gone. Nothing but a jagged stump remains. Addie lets out an audible gasp, sinking to her knees, running to her hand over the dead and splintered wood. No, not this. She has lost so much and mourned it all before, but for the first time in years she is struck with a loss so sharp it steals her breath, her strength, her will. Grief deep as a well opens inside her. What is the point in planting seeds? Why tend them? Why help them grow? Everything crumbles in the end. Everything dies. And she's all that's left. A solitary ghost hosting a vigil for forgotten things. She squeezes her hand, her eyes shut, and tries to conjure Estelle, tries to summon the old woman's voice so she can tell her it will be all right, that it's just wood. But the voice is gone, lost beneath the raging storm. Addie is still sitting there at dusk, The rain has slowed to a drizzle, the occasional tap of water against stone. She is soaked through, but she cannot feel it anymore, cannot feel much of anything, until she feels the shifting air and the arrival of the shadow at her back.
I'm sorry,
he says, and it is the first time she has ever heard those words in that silken voice, the only time they will ever sound honest. Did you do this? She whispers without looking up. And to her surprise, Luke kneels beside her on the sodden earth. His own clothes do not seem to dampen.
You cannot blame me for every loss,
he says. She doesn't realize she's shivering until his arm folds around her shoulders, until she feels her limbs trembling against the steady weight of his.
I know I can be cruel,
he says,
but nature can be crueler.
It is obvious now. The charred line along the center of the stump, the swift, hot shear of lightning, doesn't ease the loss. She cannot stand to look upon the tree. She cannot bear to linger here any longer. Come, he says, drawing her to her feet, and she does not know where they're going, and she does not care, so long as it is somewhere else. Addie turns her back on the ruined stump, the tombstone worn to nothing, even rocks, she thinks, as she follows Luke from the graveyard and the village and the past. She will never go back. Oh my god! Poor Addie! Paris, of course, has changed far more than Villon. Over the years, she has seen it polished to a shine. White stone buildings capped with charcoal roofs, long windows and iron balconies, and wide avenues lined with flowers, shops, and cafes beneath red awnings. They sit on a patio, their dress drying in the summer breeze, a bottle of port open between them. Addie drinks deeply, trying to wash away the image of the tree, knowing no amount of wine will cleanse her memories. It doesn't stop her from trying. Somewhere along the sand, a violin begins to play. Under the high notes, she hears the tremor of a car's engine, the stubborn clop of a horse, the strange music of Paris. Luke lifts his glass.
Happy anniversary, my Adeline.
She looks at him, lips parting with their usual retort. And then stops short. If she is his, then by now he must be hers as well. Happy anniversary, my Luke, she answers, just to see the face he'll make. She is rewarded with a raised brow, the crooked upturn of his mouth, the green of his eyes shifting in surprise. Then Luke looks down, turns the glass of port between his fingers.
You told me once that we were alike,
he says, almost to himself.
Both of us. Look, I loathed you for saying it, but I suppose in some ways you were right, I suppose.
He goes on slowly.
There's something to the idea of company.
It is the closest he has ever come to sounding human. Do you miss me, she asks, when you're not here? Those green eyes drift up, the emerald even in the dark.
I am here with you more often than you think.
Of course, she says. You come and go whenever you want. I have no choice but to wait. His eyes darken with pleasure.
Do you wait for me?
And now it is Addie who looks away. You said it yourself. We all crave company.
if you could call on me as I call on you.
Her heart quickens a little. She does not look up, and that is why she sees it. Rolling toward her on the table, a slim band carved of pale ash wood. It is a ring. It is her ring. The gift she made to the dark that night. The gift he scorned and turned to smoke. The image conjured in a seaside church. But if it is an illusion now, it is an exceptional one. Here, the notch where her father's chisel bit a fraction too deep. There, the curve rubbed smooth as stone by years of worrying. It is real. It must be real. And yet, you destroyed it.
I took it,
says Luke, looking over his glass.
That is not the same thing.
Anger flares in her. You said it was nothing.
I said it was not enough. But I do not ruin beauty without reason. It was mine for a time, but it was always yours.
Addie marvels at the ring. What must I do?
You know how to summon gods.
Estelle's voice faint as a breeze. You must humble yourself before them.
Put it on and I will come.
Luke leans back in the chair, the night breeze blowing through those raven curls.
There,
he says.
Now we're even.
We will never be even, she says as she turns the ring over between her finger and thumb and decides she will not use it. It is a challenge, a game, parading as a gift, not a war so much as a wager, a battle of wills. For her to don the ring to call on Luke would be to fold, to admit defeat, to surrender. She slips the token into the pocket of her skirts, forces her fingers to let go of the talisman. Only then does she notice the tension in the air that night. It is an energy she's felt before, but cannot place until Luke says,
There's about to be a war.
I mean, yeah, they're 1914. Yeah, yeah. She had not heard. Her tells of her Archduke's assassination. He tells her of the Archduke's assassination. His face a mask of grim displeasure.
I hate war,
he says darkly. I would have thought you fond of conflict.
The aftermath breeds art,
he says.
But war makes believers out of cynics. Sycophants desperate for salvation. Everyone suddenly clinging to their souls. Clutching them close like a matron with her finest pearls.
Luke shakes his head.
Give me back the Epoch. The Belle Epoque.
Who knew gods were so nostalgic? Luke finishes his drink and rises.
You should leave before it starts.
Addie laughs. It sounds almost like if he cares. The ring sits a sudden weight in her pocket. He holds out his hand.
I can take you.
She should have accepted, should have said yes, should have let him lead her through the horrible dark and out again, and saved herself an ocean, a miserable week stowing away in the belly of a ship at sea, the beauty of the water tarnished by the unending nature of it. But she has learned too well to hold her ground. Luke shakes his head.
You are still a stubborn fool.
She toys with staying, but after he is gone, she cannot help but conjure the shadows in his gaze. The grim way he spoke of the coming strife. It is a sign when even gods and devils are dread a fight. A week later, Addie caves and boards a ship for New York. By the end she docks, the world is already at war. Oh shit. Okay. We're going back to the present. New York City, 2014, July 29th. The anniversary of her deal in the present now, with Henry being there? Oh no. This is going to be so fucking good. Okay, calm down. It is just another day. That is what Addie tells herself. It's just a day, like all the others. But of course it is not. It is 300 years since she was meant to be married, a future given against her will. 300 years since she knelt in the woods and summoned the darkness and lost everything but freedom. 300 years. There should be a storm, an eclipse, some way to mark the monument of it. But the day dawns perfect and cloudless and blue. The bed is empty beside her, but she can hear the soft shuffle of Henry moving through the kitchen. She must have been gripping the blankets because her fingers ache, a knot of pain in the center of her left palm. When she opens her hand, the wooden ring falls out. She brushes it off the bed as if it were a spider, an ill omen, listens to it land and bounce and roll away across the hardwood floor. Addie draws up her knees and lets her head fall forward on them and breathes into the space between her ribs and reminds herself it is just a ring and it's just a day. But there's a rope inside her chest, a dull dread winding tighter, telling her to go, to put as much distance between her and Henry as possible, in case he comes. He won't, she tells herself. It's been so long, she tells herself. She doesn't want to take the chance. Henry's knuckles rap on the open door, and she looks up to see him holding a plate with a donut. 3 candles stuck on into the top. And despite everything, she laughs. What's this? Hey, it's not every day your girlfriend turns 300. It's not my birthday. I know, but I didn't exactly know what to call it. And just like that, the voice rises like smoke inside her head.
Happy anniversary, my love.
Make a wish, says Henry. Addie swallows and blows the candles out. He sinks onto the bed beside her. I've got the whole day, he says. Bee's covering at the store, and I thought we could take the train out to... But he trails off when he sees her face. What? Dread claws at her stomach, deeper than hunger. I don't think we should be together, she says. Not today. His face falls. Oh. Addie cups his cheek and lies. It's just a day, Henry. You're right, he says. It's a day. But how many of... Excuse me. Welcome back, Slothy. Ah! Help! We are on... Why did you wake me up to this? We are now on the day of the anniversary of her deal. Like July 29th. In the present with Henry. Ah! Help! I'm scared. I'm scared. You're right, he says. It's a day. How many of them has he ruined? Don't let him take it from you. He kisses her. From us. If Luke finds them together, he will take more than that. Oh, by the way, we're now in part 6, and part 6, just letting you know, is called Do Not Pretend That This Is Love. I am scared. I'm scared. We're on like the final 100 pages. Come on, insists Henry. I'll have you back long before you turn into a pumpkin. And then, if you want to spend the night apart, I understand. Worry about him in the dark. But it's hours until then, and you deserve a good day. A good memory. And he's right, she does. The dread loosens a little in her chest. Okay, she says, one little word, and Henry's whole face lights with pleasure. What do you have in mind? He disappears into the bathroom, re-emerges in a pair of yellow swim trunks, a towel cast over one shoulder. He tosses her a blue and white bikini. Let's go! Okay. Rockaway Beach is a sea of colored towels and flags planted in the sand. Laughter rolls in with the tide as kids make castle mounds and people lounge beneath the glaring sun. Henry stretches their towels out on a narrow patch of unclaimed sand, weighs them down with shoes. And then Addie grabs his hand and they run down the beach, the soles of their feet stinging until they hit a damp line of the tide and plunge into the water. Addie gasps at the welcome brush of the waves, cool even in the heat of summer, and wades out until the ocean wraps around her waist. Henry ducks his head beside her and comes back up, water dripping from his glasses. He pulls her to him, kisses the salt from her fingers. She slicks the hair from his face. They linger there, tangled together in the surf. See, he says, isn't this better? And it is. It is. They swim until their limbs ache and their skin begins to prune, and then retreat to the towels waiting on the beach, and stretch out to dry beneath the sun. It's too hot to stay there long, and soon the scent of food wafting from the boardwalk is enough to draw them up again. Henry gathers his stuff and starts up the beach, and Addie rises to follow, shaking the sand from her towel. And out falls the wooden ring. My eyes still hurt. Oh, keep your eyes closed and just listen, and please take care. Not long enough. Oh, I'm so sorry. And out falls the wooden ring. It lies there, a fraction darker than the beach, like a drop of rain in a dry sidewalk. A reminder. Addie crouches down before it and sweeps a handful of sand over the top before jogging after Henry. They head for the stretch of bars overlooking the beach. Order tacos and a pitcher of frozen margaritas, savoring the tang and sweet salted chill. Henry wipes the water from his glasses and Addie looks out to the ocean and feels the past fold over the present. Like the tides. Déjà vu, déjà su, déjà vécu. What is it? Asks Henry. Addie glances toward him. You get this look on your face, he says, when you're remembering. Addie looks back at the Atlantic, the infinite hem of the beach, the memories spooling out along the horizon. And as they eat, she tells him of the coasts she's seen, of the time she's ferried across the English Channel, the white cliffs of Dover, rising from the fog. Of the time she sailed the coast of Spain, a stowaway in the bowels of a stolen boat, and how, when she crossed to America, the whole ship fell ill, and she had to feign sickness so they wouldn't think she was a witch. I've been to Dover? I haven't. It's impressive. I'm sure. And when she gets tired of talking, and they have both run out of drinks, they spend the next few hours bouncing between the shade of the concession stands and the cool kiss of the surf lingering on the sand only long enough to dry. The day goes by too fast, as good days do. And it's time to go. They make their way to the subway and sink into the bench.
sun-drunk and sleepy as the train pulls away. Henry takes out a book, but Addie's eyes are stinging, and she leans against him, savoring his sun and paper scent. And the seat is plastic, and the air is stale, and she has never been so comfortable. She feels herself sinking into Henry, head lolling on his shoulder. And then he whispers 3 words into her hair. "I love you," he says. And Addie wonders if this is love, this gentle thing, if it is meant to be this soft, this kind, the difference between heat and warmth, passion and contentment. "I love you too," she says. She wants it to be true. Oh my... Okay. I think this is the first time they said that. Oh my god. Ah! Let me just take a sip of my tea. And we have an ad break. Okay, perfect. We're doing another time skip after this. We're skipping we're going for another chapter. But what the hell? I mean, it was a lovely day for them, but I'm still scared. The day is not over. The day is not over. So many things could happen. Hopefully good things. Oh my god. Also, don't say if it's not true, girl. God, I freaked out earlier already. There was like they celebrated Henry's birthday and something came up. And that was like, oh my fucking god. Yeah, this is Henry's deal. I mean, to be fair, Henry was the first one to say it. But yeah, I don't know. Let him say it. Yeah, he was the first one to say it. But, oh my god. All right, ad break's over. What the fuck? I guess we should continue. All right, so even like in the past now, we're in the 1900s. Like the last time was 1914, and Luke was warning her about a war coming. Now we're July 29th, Chicago, Illinois, 1928. There is an angel over the bar, a stained glass panel lit from behind with a single figure, chalice raised and hand outstretched as if calling you to prayer. But it is no church. Speakeasies are like weeds these days, springing up between the stones of prohibition. This one has no name, save the angel with its cup and the number 12 over the door. 12, the hour of midday and of midnight. The velvet curtains and chases that lounge like sleepers round the wooden floor
the masks given to the patrons at the door. And my head and my ankle. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Slothy. I hope you can get some more rest. It is, like most of them, only a rumor, a secret passed from mouth to liquored mouth. And Addie loves it. There's a wild fervor to this place. She dances, sometimes alone, and sometimes in the company of strangers, loses herself in the jazz that rocks against the walls, rebounds, filling the crowded space with music. She dances until the feathers of her mask cling to her cheeks, and Addie is breathless and flushed. And only then does she retreat, falling into a leather chair. It is almost midnight and her fingers drift like the hands of a clock up to her throat, where the ring hangs on a silver cord, the wooden band warm against her skin. It is always within reach. Once, when the cord snapped, she thought it lost, only to find it safe within the pocket of her blouse. Another time, she left it on a windowsill and found it hours later at her neck again. The only thing she doesn't lose. She toys with it, a lazy habit now. Like curling a lock of hair around one finger. She skims the edge of the band with her nail, twirls it, careful to never let the ring slide over one knuckle. She has reached for it 100 times, when she was lonely, when she was bored, when she was a thing of beauty and thought of him. But she's too stubborn, and she's too proud, and she's determined to win this round. 14 years she has resisted the urge to put it on, and 14 years he has not come. So she was right. It is a game. Another kind of forfeit, a lesser version of surrender. 14 years. And she's lonely, and a little drunk, and she wonders if tonight will be the night she breaks. It would be a fall, but it is not so great a height. Perhaps to occupy her hand, she decides to get another drink. She goes to the bar and orders a gin fizz, but the white masked man sets instead a champagne glass before her. A single, candied rose petal floats among the bubbles. When she asks, he nods at a shadow in a velvet booth. His mask is made to look like branches, the leaves a perfect frame for perfect eyes. Oh no! And Addie smiles at the sight of him. She would be lying if she said it was nothing but relief, a weight set down, a breath set free. I win, she says, sinking into his booth. And even though he folded first, his eyes are bright with triumph. How so? I didn't call, and yet you came. His chin lifts, a study in disdain. You assume I'm here for you. I forget, she says, sliding into his smooth, low cadence. There are so many maddening humans around to swindle out of their souls. A wry smile tugs at perfect lips. I promise, Adeline, few are as maddening as you. You? She teases. I'll have to try harder. He lifts a glass, the tip, and tips it toward the bar. The fact remains. You have come to me. This place is mine. Addie looks around, and suddenly it is obvious. She sees the markings everywhere. Realizes for the first time that the angel above the bar has no wings, that the curls rising around his face are black, that the band she took for a halo might as well be moonlight. And she wonders what it was that drew her in the first place. Wonders if they are like magnets, she and Luke. And if they've circled each other for so long that now they share an orbit. It will become a hobby of his, these kind of clubs. He will plant them in a dozen cities, tend them like gardens, and grow them wild.
As plentiful as churches,
He will say,
and twice as popular.
and long after the hours of prohibition, they will still flourish, catering to many tastes, and she will wonder if it's the energy that stokes him, or if they are grooming ground for souls. A place to ply and pry and promise, and in a way a place to pray, albeit a different kind of worship.
So you see,
Says Luke.
perhaps I win.
Addie shakes her head. It is only by chance, she says. I did not call. He smiles, gaze falling to the ring against her skin.
I know your heart. I felt it falter.
But I didn't.
No,
He says the word nothing but a breath.
but I was tired of waiting.
So you missed me, she says with a smile. And there's the briefest glimpse in those green eyes, a fracture of light.
Life is long and humans boring. You are better company.
You forget that I am human,
Adeline,
he says, a shade of pity in his voice.
you have not been human since the night we met. You will never be human again.
Heat flushes through her at the words, no longer pleasant warmth, but anger. I'm still human, she says, with voice tightening around the words as if they were her name.
You move among them like a ghost,
He says, his forehead bowing against hers.
because you are not one of them. You cannot live like them. You cannot love like them. You cannot belong with them.
His mouth hovers over her own, his voice dropping to nothing but a breeze.
You belong to me.
There's a sound like thunder in the back of his throat.
With me.
And when she looks up into his eyes, she sees a new shade of green and knows exactly what it is. The color of a man off balance. His chest rises and falls as if it were a human thing. Here's a place to put the knife. I would rather be a ghost. And for the first time, the darkness flinches, draws back like shadows in the face of light. His eyes go pale with anger. And there is the god she knows, the monster she has learned to face.
Suit yourself,
Mutters Luke, and she waits for him to bleed into the dark, braces for the sudden reaching void, expects to be swallowed up and spit out on the other side of the world. But Luke does not vanish, and neither does she. He nods at the club.
Go on then.
He says,
Go back to them.
and he would rather she would rather he had banished her. Instead, banished her. Instead, she rises even though she's lost her taste for drinks, for dancing, for any kind of company. It is like stepping out of sunlight, the humid room gone cold against her skin, as he sits there in his velvet booth, and she goes through the motions of her night. And for the first time, she feels the space between the humans and herself, and fears that he is right. In the end, she's not the one to leave. And the next day, the speakeasy is boarded up, and Luke is gone. And just like that, new lines are drawn. The pieces set, the battle started. She will not see him again until the war. Oh, okay. I'm scared now. I'm scared now. We're jumping back into the present. Chapter 4, New York City, July 29th, 2014. I don't know if I'm ready, guys. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't want to do this. Break our hearts. The A train jostles Addie out of her sleep. She opens her eyes, and just as the lights overhead flicker and go out, plunging the car into darkness, panic surges like a current through her chest. The world beyond the window's dark, but Henry's hand squeezes hers. It's just a line, he says, as the lights come on again, and the train settles back into its easy motion. And she realizes when the voice comes on the intercom, they're back in Brooklyn, the last stretch of subway underground again. And when they get off, the sun is still safely in the sky. They walk back to Henry's, heat-logged and drowsy, shower off the salt and sand, and collapse on the top of the sheets, wet hair cooling on their skin. Book curls around her feet. Henry pulls her against him, and the bed is cool, and he is warm. And if it is not love, it is enough. 5 minutes, he mumbles in her hair. 5 minutes, she answers, the words of half plea, half promise, as she curls into him. Outside, the sun hovers over the buildings. They still have time. Addie wakes in the dark. When she closed her eyes, the sun was still high. Now, the room is full of shadows, the sky a deep indigo bruise beyond the window. Henry is still asleep, but the room is too quiet, too still, and dread rolls through Addie as she sits up. She doesn't say his name, doesn't even think it as she climbs to her feet, holding her breath as she steps out into the darkened hall. She scans the living room, braced to see him sitting on the sofa, long arms stretched along the cushioned back. But he's not there. Of course he's not there. It has almost been 40 years. He's not coming. But Addie is so tired of waiting for him. She returns to the bedroom, sees Henry on his feet, his hair a mess of loose dark black curls as he searches under the pillows for his glasses. I'm sorry, he says. I should have set an alarm. He unzips a bag, puts a change of clothes inside. I can stay at B's. But Addie catches his hand. Don't go. Henry hesitates. Are you sure? She isn't sure of anything, but she has had such a good day. She doesn't want to waste her night, doesn't want to give it to him. He has taken enough. There's no food in the apartment, so they get dressed and head over to the merchant. And there's a sleepy ease to all of it. The disorientation of waking after dark added to the effects of so long in the sun. It lends everything a dreamy air, the perfect end to a perfect day. This is too perfect. This is too perfect. Something's gotta happen. They tell the waitress they're celebrating. When she asks if it's a birthday or an engagement, Addie lifts her beer and says, "Anniversary." "Congrats," says the waitress. "How many years?" 300, she says. Henry chokes on his drink and the waitress laughs, assuming it's an inside joke. Addie simply smiles. A song comes on, that kind that rises above the noise, and she drags him to his feet. "Dance with me," she says, and Henry tries to tell her that he doesn't dance, even though she was there, at the fourth rail, when they flung themselves into the beat, when he says that is different. But she doesn't believe him, because times change, but everyone dances. She has seen them do the waltz, do and the quadrille, the foxtrot, and the jive, and a dozen others. And she is sure that he can manage at least one of them. And so she draws him between the tables, and Henry didn't even know that the merchant had a dance floor. But there it is, and they are the only ones on it. Addie shows him how to lift his hand, to move with her and mirror motions. She shows him how to lead, how to twirl her, how to dip. She shows him where to put his hands and how to feel the rhythm in her hips. And for a little while, everything is perfect and easy and right. They stumble, laughing, up to the bar for another drink. 2 beers, says Henry, and the bartender nods and steps away, comes back a minute and sets down their drinks. But only one is a beer. The other is a champagne, a candied rose petal floating in the center. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not the champagne. Addie feels the world tip, the darkness tunnel. There's a note beneath the glass written in elegant, sloping French.
Form villain.
Hey, Henry's saying, we didn't order this. The bartender points to the end of the bar. Compliments of the gentleman over. He stars, trailing off. Huh, he says. It was just there. Addie's heart tumbles in her chest. She grabs Henry's hand. You have to go. What? Wait. But there's no time. She pulls him toward the door. Addie! Luke cannot see them together. He cannot know that they have found.
Addie.
She finally looks back and feels the world drop out beneath her. The bar is perfectly still. Not empty, no. It is still brimming with people, but none of them are moving. They all have stopped mid-stride, mid-speech, mid-sip. Not frozen exactly, but forcibly stilled. Puppets hovering on strings. The music is still playing, softly now, but it is the only sound in the place beside Henry's uneasy breath, the unsteady breath and the pounding of her heart, and a voice rising from the dark.
Adeline.
The whole world holds its breath, reduces to the soft echo of footfalls on the wooden floor. The figure stepping out of the shadows. 40 years. And there he is. Unchanged in the way she is unchanged. The same raven curls and the same emerald eyes. The same coy twist to his Cupid's bow mouth. Oh my god! That setup though! Holy shit! He's dressed in a black button-down, the sleeves of his shirt rolled to the elbows, a suit jacket flung over one shoulder, his other hand hooked loosely in the pocket of his slacks. The picture of ease. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Oh.
Love,
He says.
you're looking well.
Oh God. Something in her loosens at the sound of his voice the way it always has. Something at the center of her unwinds, release without relief. Because she has waited. Of course she has waited. Held her breath in dread as much as hope. Now it rushes from her lungs. What are you doing here? Luke has the nerve to look affronted.
It's our anniversary. Surely you haven't forgotten.
Whose fault? It's been 40 years.
Whose fault is that?
Yours entirely. A smile tugs at the edge of his mouth, and then his green gaze slides toward Harry.
I suppose I should be flattered by the resemblance.
My hands are literally shaking right now. What the fuck? Help. Addie doesn't rise to the bait. He has nothing to do with this. Send him away, he'll forget. Luke's smile drops away.
Please, you embarrass us both.
He carves a slow circle around them, a tiger rounding on its prey.
As if I don't keep track of all my deals. Henry Strauss, so desperate to be wanted. Sell your soul just to be loved. What a fine pair you must make.
Then let us have it. A dark brow rises.
You think I mean to pull you apart? Not at all. Time will do that soon enough.
He looks at Henry.
Tick tock. Tell me, are you still counting your life in days? Or have you begun to measure it in hours? Or does that only make it harder?
Yeah! Fucking hell! Addie looks between them, reading the triumphant green, and looks eyes, the color bleeding out of Henry's face. She doesn't understand.
Oh, Adeline.
The name draws her back.
Human lives are such short lives, don't they? Humans live such short lives, don't they? Some far shorter than others. Savor the time you have left, and know it was his choice.
With that, Luke turns on his heel and dissolves into the dark. In his wake, the bar shudders back into motion. Noise surges through the space, and Addie stares at the shadows until she's sure they are empty.
Humans live such short lives.
She turns toward Harry, who's no longer standing behind her, but slumped in a chair.
Some far shorter than others.
His head is bowed, one hand clutching his wrist where the watch would be. Where it is, somehow again. She's sure he didn't put it on. Sure, he wasn't wearing it. But there it is, shining like a cuff around his wrist.
It was his choice.
Henry, she says, kneeling before him. I wanted to tell you, he murmurs. She pulls the watch toward herself and studies the face. 4 months she's been with Henry, and in that time, the hour hand has crept from 6:30 to 10:30. 4 months and 4 hours closer to midnight. And she always assumed it would go around again. A lifetime, he said. And she knew it was a lie. It had to be. Luke would have never given another human so much time, not after her. She knew. She must have known. But she thought perhaps he'd sold his soul for 50 or 30 or even 10. Would have been enough. But there are only 12 hours on a watch. Only 12 months in a year. And he wouldn't. He couldn't be so foolish. Henry, she says, how long did you ask for? Addie, he pleads, and for the first time her name sounds wrong on his lips. It is cracked. It is breaking. How long? He demands. He's silent for a long time. And then at last, he tells her the truth. Yeah, that's where the chapter ends. What the fuck? This book is so fucking good. But what the fuck? We're going back now to New York City, September 4th, 2013. A boy sick of his broken heart, tired of his storm-filled brain. So he drinks until he cannot feel the pieces scraping together in his chest, until he cannot hear the thunder rolling through his head. He drinks when his friends tell him that it will be all right. He drinks when they tell him it will pass. He drinks until the bottle is empty and the world gets fuzzy at the edges. It is not enough to ease the pain, so he leaves and they let him go. And at some point on the walk home, it begins to rain. At some point, his phone goes off and he doesn't answer. At some point, the bottle slips and he cuts his hand. At some point, he's outside his building and he sinks onto the stoop and presses his palms against his eyes and tells himself it is just another storm. But this time it shows no signs of passing. This time there's no break in the clouds, no light on the horizon, and the thunder in his head is so damn loud. So he takes a few of his sister's pills, those little pink umbrellas. But there's still no match for the storm, so he takes some of his own as well. He leans back on the rain-slicked stairs and looked up at the place where the rooftop meets the sky and wonders, not for the first time, how many steps from here to the edge. He isn't sure when he decides to jump. Perhaps he never does. Perhaps he decides to go inside, and then he decides to go upstairs, and when he reaches the door, he decides to keep going. When he gets to the last door, he decides to step out onto the roof. And at some point, standing there in the pouring rain, he decides he doesn't want to decide anymore. Here's a straight path, a tarred stretch of empty asphalt, nothing but steps between him and the edge. The pills are catching up, dulling the pain and leaving behind a cotton quiet that's somehow even worse. His eyes drift shut, his limbs are so heavy. It is just a storm, he tells himself, but he's so tired of looking for shelter. It is just a storm, but there's always another waiting in its wake. It is just a storm. Just a storm. But tonight it is too much. He's not enough. And so he crosses the roof, doesn't slow until he can see over the side, doesn't stop until the tips of his shoes graze empty air. And that is where the stranger finds him. That is where the darkness makes an offer. For a lifetime. For a single year. Wait. That was September 4th.
They're July 29th. No! 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 What the fuck? It'll be easy to look back and wonder how he could have done it. How he could have given away so much for so little. But in the moment, Shu is already skimming night. The simple truth is that he would have sold his soul for less. Would have traded an entire life out for just a day, an hour, a minute, a moment of peace. Just to numb the pain inside his chest, just to quiet the storm inside his head. He is so tired of hurting, so tired of being hurt. And that is why when the stranger holds out his hand and offers to pull Henry back from the edge, there is no hesitation. He simply says yes. They have like one more month together. No. No. You can't do this. Okay. Chapter 6, New York City, July 29th, 2014. Now it all makes sense. He makes sense. This boy who could never sit still, never waste time, never put off a single thing. This boy who writes down every word she says so she'll have something when he's gone. Who doesn't want to lose even a single day because he doesn't have that many more. This boy she's falling in love with. This boy who will soon be gone. How, she asks, how could you give up so much for so little? Henry looks up at her, his face hollow. In that moment, he says, I would have given it for less. A year, it seemed like so long once. Now it is no time at all. A year and is almost up, and all she can see is the curve of Luke's smile, the triumphant color of his eyes. They were not clever. They were not lucky. They were not slipping past his notice. He knew. Of course he knew. He let it come to this. He let her fall. Addie, please, says Henry, but she's already up, already moving across the bar. He tries to grab her hand, but it's too late. She's already out of reach. Already gone. 300 years. She had survived 300 years, and in those centuries, there have been so many times when the ground gave way, moments when she could not catch her balance or her breath, when the world left her feeling lost, broken, hopeless. Standing outside her parents' house that night after the deal, on the docks in Paris where she learned what a body was worth. Remy pressing the coins into her palm, soaked through at the ruins of the ruined stump of Estelle's oak tree. But in this moment, Addie isn't lost or broken or hopeless. She is furious. She shoves her hand into her pocket, and of course the ring is there. It is always there. Grains of sand flake from the smooth wooden surface as Addie slides the band over her knuckle. What? It's been 40 years since she last wore it, but the ring slips effortlessly on.
She feels the wind like a cool breath at her back and turns, expecting to find Luke. But the street is empty. Empty at least, of shadows and promises and gods. She twists the ring around her finger. Nothing. Show yourself, she shouts down the block. Heads turn, but Addie doesn't care. They'll forget her soon enough. And even if she weren't a ghost, this is New York, a place immune to the actions of a stranger in the street. Damn it, she swears. She wrenches the ring from her finger and hurls it down the road, hears it bounce and roll, and then the sound suddenly drops away. The nearest streetlight flickers out, and a voice comes from the dark.
All these years, and you still have such a temper.
Something brushes her neck, and then a silver thread thin as dew shine, the same one snapped so long ago, shimmers on her collar. Luke's fingers trailing along her skin.
Have you missed me?
He turns to shove him away, but her hands pass straight through. And then he's behind her. When she tries a second time, he is as solid and unyielding as a rock. Undo it, she snaps, striking his chest. But her fist barely grazes the front of his shirt before he takes her wrist.
Who are you to give me orders, Adeline?
Okay, at break, but okay. What the fuck? I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. This book is crazy. I mean, I know we're like in the last part of the book. Like we're less than 100 pages away from finishing it. So like the story has to come to like a closure or something. But what the fuck? It's not what I expected, but it's so good. I legit was shaking when I was reading that part before between Luke and Addie and the deal with Henry and how much time he has left. I was scared. I was legit shaking and scared. Like, what the fuck? I can't. This book is ridiculous. And I love it. Now I'm curious how their next interaction will go. So I guess she wants him to undo Henry's deal. All right. Ad break's over. Welcome back, guys. Undo it. Oh, no, wait. We have to.
Who are you to give me orders, Adeline?
She tries to pull free, but his grip is stone.
You know,
he says almost casually,
there was a time when you groveled, pressed yourself against the damp forest soil, and pleaded for my intercession.
You want me to beg? Then fine, I beg you, please, undo it. He steps forward, forcing her to step back.
Henry made his deal.
He didn't know.
They always know.
Says Luke.
They just don't want to accept the cost. The soul is the easiest thing to trade. It's the time no one considers.
Look, please. His green eyes gleam, not with mischief or triumph, but power. The shade of someone who knows they're in control.
Why should I?
He asks.
Why would I?
Addie has a dozen answers, but she scrambles to find the right words, the ones that might appease the dark. But before she can find them, Luke reaches out and lifts her chin, and she expects him to play out their old tired lines, to mock her or ask for her soul. But he does neither.
Spend the night with me,
He says.
tomorrow. Let us have a proper anniversary. Give me that, and I'll consider freeing Mr. Strauss from his obligations.
What? What? His mouth twitches.
If that is, you can persuade me.
It is a lie, of course. It is a trap, but Addie has no other choice. I accept, she says, and the darkness smiles and then dissolves around her. She stands on the sidewalk alone until her heart steadies and then walks back into the merchant. But Henry's gone. She finds him at home, sitting in the dark. He is on the edge of the bed, the blankets still tangled from their afternoon nap. He stares ahead into the distance, the way he did that summer night on the rooftop after the fireworks. And Addie realizes that she's going to lose him, the way she has lost everyone. And she doesn't know if she can do it. Not again, not this time. Hasn't she lost enough? I'm sorry, he whispers as she crosses him. I'm so sorry, he says as she runs her fingers through his hair. Why didn't you tell me? She pleads. Henry is quiet for a moment, and then he goes, how do you walk to the end of the world? He looks up at her. I wanted to hold on to every step. A soft, shuddering sigh. My uncle had cancer when I was still in college. It was terminal. The doctors gave him a few months, and he told everyone. And do you know what they did? They couldn't handle it. They were so caught up in their grief, they mourned him before he was even dead. There's no way to unknow the fact that someone is dying. It eats away all the normal, and leaves something wrong and rotten in its place. I'm sorry, Addie. I didn't want you to look at me that way. Oh my God! She climbs into bed and pulls him down beside her. I'm sorry, he's saying, soft and steady as a prayer. They lie there, face to face, their fingers intertwined. I'm sorry. And Addie forces herself to ask, how long do you have left? Henry swallows. A month. The words land like a blow on tender skin. A little more, he says. 36 days. It's after midnight, Addie whispers. And 35. Her grip tightens around his, and his tightens back, and they hold on until it hurts, and as if any minute someone might try to pull them apart, as if the other might slip free and disappear. I can't! Oh my God! Look, you're so fucked up. Ah! I... Now we're jumping back in time again. We're in occupied France, November 23rd, 1944. So during World War II. Okay. Her back hits the rough stone wall. The cell grinds shut and German soldiers laugh beyond the bars as Addie slumps to the floor, coughing blood. A handful of men huddle in the corner of the cell, slouched and murmuring. At least they don't seem to care that she's a woman. The Germans have noticed. Though they caught her dressed in nondescript trousers and coat, though she kept her hair pulled back, and she knew by the way they scowled and leered that they could tell her they could tell her sex. She told them in a dozen different tongues what she would do if they came near, and they laughed and satisfied themselves with beating her senseless. Get up, she wills her weary body. Get up, she wills her tired bones. Addie forces herself to her feet, stumbles to the front of the cell. She wraps her hands to the frozen steel, pulls at it until her muscles scream, until the bars groan. But they do not move. She pries at the bolts until her fingers bleed, and the soldier slams his hand against the bars and threatens to use her body as kindling. She's such a fool. She is such a fool for thinking it would work, for thinking that forgettable was the same as invisible, that it would protect her here. She should have stayed in Boston, where the worst she had to worry about was wartime rations and winter cold. She should have never come back. It was foolish honor and stubborn pride. It was the last war, and the fact she ran away, fled across the Atlantic instead of facing the danger at home. Because somehow, despite it all, that's what France will always be. Home. And somewhere along the way, she decided she could help. Not in an official sense, of course, but secrets have no owner. They could be touched and traded by anyone, even a ghost. The only thing she had to do was not get caught. 3 years of ferrying secrets through occupied France, 3 years only to end up here, in a prison outside Orleans. And it does not matter they will forget her face. It does not matter because these soldiers do not care about remembering. Here, all the faces are strange and foreign and nameless, and if she doesn't get out, she is going to disappear. Addie sacks back against the icy wall and pulls her ragged jacket close. She closes her eyes. She does not pray, not exactly, but she does think of him. She does. Perhaps even wish that it were summer, a July night, when he might find her on his own. The soldiers have searched her, roughly, taken anything she might use to hurt them, or escape. They have taken the ring too, snapped the leather cord it hung on, cast the wooden band away, and yet when she rifles through her ragged clothing, it is still there, waiting like a coin in the crease of her pocket. She's grateful then, and she cannot seem to lose it, grateful as she lifts it to her finger. For a moment she falters. 29 years she has had the ring with all its strings attached. 29 years, and she hasn't used it. But right now, even Luke's smug satisfaction would be better than the eternity in a prison cell. Or worse, if he comes. Those words, a whisper in the back of her mind, a fear she cannot shake. Chicago rising like bile in her throat. The anger in her chest, the venom in his eyes. I would rather be a ghost. She had been wrong. She does not want to be this kind of ghost. And so, for the first time in centuries, Addie prays. She slides the wooden band over her finger and holds her breath expects to feel something, a stirring of magic, a rush of wind. But there's nothing. Nothing, and she wonders if, after all this time, it was just another trick, a way to lift her hopes, only to drop them, in a chance they might shatter. She has a curse ready on her tongue when she feels the breeze, not biting, but warm, cutting through the prison cell, carrying the far-off scent of summer. The men across the cell stop talking. They slouch in their corner, awake but inert, staring off into space as if caught in the throes of some idea. Beyond the cell, the soldiers' boots stop sounding on the stones, and the German voices drop away like a pebble down a well. The world goes strangely, impossibly quiet, until the only sound is the soft, almost rhythmic tap of fingers trailing along bars. She has not seen him since Chicago.
Oh, Addie.
He says, hands drifting down the icy bars.
What a state you're in.
She manages a small, pained laugh. Immortality breeds a high tolerance for risk.
There are things worse than death,
he says, as if she does not already know. He looks around at the prison, brow furrowed in disdain.
Wars,
he mutters. Tell me you're not helping them.
Look almost looks offended. Even I have limits.
You bragged to me once about the success of Napoleon. He shrugs.
There is ambition, and there's evil. And as much as I'd like to create a roster of my past exploits, your life, it's the important one right now.
He leans his elbows on the bars.
How do you plan to get out of this?
She knows what he wants her to do. He wants her to beg, as if donning the ring were enough, as if he was not already won this game. Her stomach knots, and her bruised ribs ache, and she's so thirsty she could cry just to have something to drink. But Annie cannot find herself to fold. You know me, she says with a tired smile. I always find a way. Look sighs.
Suit yourself,
he says, turning his back, and it is too much. She cannot bear the thought of him leaving her here, alone. Wait, she calls desperately, pushing into the bars, only to find the lock undone, the cell door swinging open beneath her weight. Looks back over his shoulder, and he almost smiles, turning toward her just enough to offer up his hand. She stumbles forward out of the cell and into freedom, into him, and for a moment, the embrace is only that. And he is solid and warm, folded around her in the dark, and it would be easy to believe that he is real, that he is human, that he is home. But then the world cracks wide and the shadows swallow them whole. The prison gives way to nothingness, the blackness to the wild dark, and when it parts, she's back in Boston, the sun just beginning to set, and she could kiss the ground in sheer relief. Addie pulls the jacket close around her and sinks onto the curb, legs shaking, the wooden band still wrapped around her finger. She called and he came. She asked and he answered. And she knows he would hold it over her. But right now, she does not care. She does not want to be alone. By the time Addie looks up to thank him, he's gone. What the fuck? Chapter 8. New York City, July 30th, 2014. And we're back in the present. I am so scared about this. Henry trails her through the apartment as she gets ready. Why would you agree to this? He asks. Because she knows the darkness better than anyone knows his mind, if not his heart. Because I don't want to lose you, says Addie, pulling up her hair. Henry looks tired, hollowed out. It's too late, he says. But it's not too late, not yet. Addie reaches into her pocket and feels the ring where it always is, waiting. The wood warm from being pressed against her body. She draws it out, but Henry catches her hand. Don't do this, he pleads. Do you want to die? She asks, the words cutting through the room. He pulls back a little at the words. No, but I made a choice, Addie. You made a mistake. I made a deal, he says, and I'm sorry. Sorry I didn't ask for more time. Sorry I didn't tell you the truth sooner. But it is what it is. Addie shakes her head. You may have made peace with this, Henry, but I haven't. This won't work, he warns. You can't reason with him. Addie tugs free of his grip. I'm willing to try, she says, slipping the ring over her finger. There's no flood of darkness, only a stillness, a vacant quiet, and then a knock. And she is grateful that at least he didn't invite himself in. But Henry stands between her and the door, his hands braced across the narrow hall. He doesn't move, his eyes pleading. Addie reaches up and cups his face. I need you to trust me, she says. Something cracks in him. One hand drops from the frame. She kisses him, and then she slides by and opens the door for the dog.
Adeline.
Should look out of place in the building's hall, but he never does. The lights on the walls have dimmed a little, softened to a yellow haze that halos the black curls around his face and catches slivers of gold in his green eyes. He's dressed in all black, tailored slacks and a button-down shirt, the sleeves rolled to his elbow, an emerald pin driven through the silk, a tie at his throat. I mean, at least this man has style, right? But holy fuck! I don't want to... I'm so fucking scared for this. It is far too hot for such an outfit, but Luke doesn't seem to mind. The heat, like the rain, like the world itself, seems to have no hold on him. He does not tell her she looks beautiful. He does not tell her anything. He simply turns, expecting her to follow. And as she steps into the hall, he looks to Henry and winks. Addie should have stopped right there. She should have turned around, let Henry pull her back inside. They should have shut the door and bolted it against the dark, but they didn't. They don't. Addie glances back over her shoulder at Henry, who lingers in the doorway, a cloud shadowing his face. She wills him to close the door, but he doesn't. She has no choice but to step away and follow Luke as Henry watches. Downstairs, he holds open the building's door, but Addie stops, looks down at the threshold. Darkness coils in the frame, shimmers between them and the steps down to the streets. She doesn't trust the shadows. She can't see where they lead. And the last thing she needs is for Luke to strand her in some far-off land if and when the night goes bad. There are roots tonight, she says.
Oh.
I won't leave the city, she says, nodding at the door. And I won't go that way.
Through a door?
Through the dark. Luke's brow draws up.
Don't you trust me?
I never have, she says. There's no use starting now. Luke laughs, soft and soundless, and steps outside to hail a car. Seconds later, a sleek black sedan pulls back up at the curb. He holds out his hand to help her in. She doesn't take it. He does not give the driver an address. The driver doesn't ask for one. And when Addie asks where they are going, Luke does not answer. Soon, they are on the Manhattan Bridge. The silence between them should be awkward, the halting conversation of exes too long apart, and still not long enough to have forgiven anything. What is 40 years against 300? But this is a silence born of strategy. This is a silence of a chess game being played. And this time, Addie has to win. Why are they jumping back now? Why are they jumping back now? What? 9. Los Angeles, California, April 7th, 1952. It's a vintage Bentley. Of course, he got style, you know? Only the best for the best. God, you're beautiful. Says Max, lifting his glass. And I finish adjusting my crutches. Let's go. Enjoy your food, Slothy. I hope you're gonna make something great. Addie blushes. Crowley loves to see this. Right? Addie blushes, eyes dropping to her martini. They met on the street outside the Wilshire this morning. The creases from his bedsheets still pressed into her skin. She was lingering on the curb in his favorite wine-colored dress. And when he came out for his morning stroll, he stopped and asked if he could be so bold as to walk with her, wherever she was going. And when they got there, to a pretty building picked at random, he kissed her hand and said goodbye. But he didn't leave, and neither did she. They spent the whole day together, strolling from a tea shop to a park to the art museum, finding excuses to continue in each other's company. When she told him that it was the best birthday she'd had in years, he blinked at her in horror, shocked at the idea a girl like her would find herself alone. Here they are, drinking martinis at the Roosevelt. It's not her birthday, of course, and she's not sure why she told him that was. Perhaps to see what he would do. Perhaps because even she is getting bored of living the same night over again. Have you ever met someone, he says, and felt like you've known them for ages? Addie smiles. He always says the same things, but he means them every time. She toys with the silver thread at her throat, the wooden ring tucked into the neckline of her dress, a habit she cannot seem to break. The server appears at her elbow with a bottle of champagne. What's this? She asks. For the birthday girl on this special evening, says Max, brightly, and the lucky gentleman who gets to spend it with her. She admires the tiny bubbles rising through the flute. Knows even before she takes a sip that it's the real thing. Old, expensive. Knows too that Max can easily afford the luxury. He's a sculptor. Addie has always had a weakness for the fine arts, and talented, yes, but far from starving. And like so many of the artists Addie has been with, he comes from money, the family funds sturdy enough to weather the wars, and the lean years between them. He raises his glass just as a shadow falls across the table. She assumes it's the server. But then Max looks up and frowns a little. Can I help you? And Addie hears a voice like silk and smoke.
I do believe you can.
There's Luke, dressed in an elegant black suit. He's beautiful. He's always beautiful.
Hello, my dear.
Max's frown deepens. Do you two know each other? No, she says at the same time as Luke says yes. And it's not fair, the way his voice carries and hers doesn't. He's an old friend, she says, a biting edge in her tone. But, again, he cuts her off.
But we haven't seen each other in a while. So if you'd be so kind.
Max bristles. That's quite impertinent.
Go.
It is one word, but the air ripples with the force of it, the syllable wrapping like gauze around her date. The fight drops out of Max's face, the annoyance smooths, and his eyes go glassy as he rises from the table and walks away. He never even looks back. Damn it, she swears, sinking in her seat. Why must you be such an ass? Luke lowers himself into the vacant chair and lifts the bottle of champagne, refilling their glasses.
Your birthday is in March.
When you get to be my age, she says, you celebrate as often as you like.
How long have you been with him?
2 months. It's not so bad, she says, sipping her drink. He falls for me every day.
And forgets you every night.
The words bite, not as deeply as they used to. At least he keeps me company. Those emerald eyes trail over her skin.
So would I,
he says,
if you wanted it.
A flush of warmth sweeps across her cheeks. He cannot know that she has missed him, thought of him, the way she used to think of her stranger alone in bed at night. Thought of him every time she toyed with the ring at her throat and every time she didn't. Well, she says, finishing her drink, you've stripped me of my date. The least you can do is try and fill the space. And just like that, the green in Luke's eyes is back, brighter.
Come,
he says, drawing her up from her chair.
The night is young. We can do far better.
The Cicada Club buzzes with life. Art Deco chandeliers hang low, shining up against the burnished ceiling. It is crushed red carpet and stairs sweeping up to balcony seats. It is linen-covered tables and a polished dance floor set before a low stage. They arrive as a brass band finishes its set, trumpets and sax spilling through the club. Your eyes hurt so much. Oh, I'm so sorry, Slothy. Please rest your eyes. Might nope out for a bit. If you have to, that's totally fine. I want you to take care of yourself. Give your eyes a rest. I hope I'm back later. Take the time. Come back whenever you want. Whenever you feel better. Snap didn't fix my problem. Oh, I wish I could give you a hug. I wish I could make you feel better. But yeah, please take care of yourself. Let your eyes rest. Don't look at screens. Take the time to yourself. Do what you have to do. I'll probably still be here for a bit. finishing the book and then probably doing some Genshin or something. So, yeah. Genshin, yeah. The place is packed, and yet when Luke draws her through the crowd, there's a table sitting empty at the front, the best in the house. They take their seats, and moments later a waiter appears, 2 martinis balanced on his tray. She thinks of that first dinner they shared on the Marquise's house centuries ago, the meal ready before she even agreed to have it, and wonders if Luke planned this in advance. Or if the world simply bends to meet his wish. The crowd erupts in cheers as a new performer takes the stage. A narrow man with a wan face, narrow brows arcing beneath a gray fedora. Luke stares at him with a sharp pride of something owned. "What's his name?" she asks.
"Sinatra,"
he answers, as the band lifts and the man begins to sing. A crooner's melody, smooth and sweet, spills into the room. Addie listens, mesmerized, and then men and women begin to rise from their chairs and step out onto the dance floor. Addie stands, holding out her hand. "Dance with me," she says. Luke looks up at her, but doesn't rise. "Max would have danced with me," she says. She expects him to refuse her, but Luke rises to his feet and takes her hand, leading her onto the floor. She expects him to be stiff, unyielding, but Luke moves with the fluid grace of wind rushing through fields of wheat, of storms rolling through the summer skies. She tries to remember a time where they were this close and can't. They've always kept their distance. Now, the space collapses. His body wraps around hers like a blanket, like a breeze, like the night itself. But tonight, he does not feel like a thing of shadow and smoke. Tonight, his arms are solid against her skin. His voice slides through her hair.
"Even if everyone you met remembered,"
Luke says,
"I would still know you best."
She searches his face. "Do I know you?" He bows his head over hers.
"You are the only one who does."
Their bodies pressed together, one shaped to fit the other perfectly. His shoulder molded to her cheek, his hands molded to her waist. His voice molded to the hollow places in her as he says,
"I want you."
And then again,
"I always wanted you."
Luke looks at her, those green, dark eyes with pleasure, and Addie fights to hold her ground. "You want me as a prize," she says. "You want me as a meal or a glass of wine, just another thing to be consumed." He dips his head, presses his lips to her collarbone.
"Is that so wrong?"
She fights back a shiver as he kisses her throat.
"Is it such a bad thing?"
His mouth trails along her jaw.
"To be savored."
His breath brushes her ear.
"To be relished."
His mouth hovers over hers, and his lips too are molded to her own. She will never be quite sure which happened first, if she kissed him or he kissed her, who began the gesture and who rose to meet it. She will only know that there was space between them, and then it has vanished. She has thought of kissing Luke before, of course, when she was just a figment of her mind, and then when he was more. But in all her conjurings, he'd taken her mouth as if it is a prize. After all, that is how he kissed her the night they met, when he sealed the deal with the blood on her lips. That is how she assumed he would always kiss. But now he kisses her like someone tasting poison, cautious, questing, almost afraid. And only when she answers, returns to kissing kind, does he deepen his advance, his teeth skating along her bottom lip, the weight of heat of his body pressing against hers. He tastes like the air at night, heady with the weight of summer storms. He tastes like the faint traces of far-off wood smoke, a fire dying in the dark. He tastes like the forest and somehow impossibly like home. And then darkness reaches up around her, around them, and the cicada club vanishes, the low music and the crooner's melody swallowed by the pressing void, by rushing wind and racing hearts. And Addie is falling, however, in a single backward step. And then her feet find the smooth marble floor of a hotel room, and Luke is there pressing her forward, and she is there drawing him back against the nearest wall. His arms lift around her, forming a loose and open cage. She cannot break it if she tried. She could break it if she tried, but she doesn't try. He kisses her again, and this time he's not tasting poison. This time there's no caution of pulling back. This kiss is sudden, sharp, and deep, stealing air and thought of and leaving only hunger. And for a moment, Addie can feel the yawning dark, feel it opening around her, even though the ground is still there. All right, ad break. Oh my God. Why is he doing this to her? What the fuck? What the fuck? I am so like we're very close to finishing this book, and I am scared on how it ends. I don't know what's gonna happen. Ah. All right. Ad breaks over. This book, man. This book. We're so close though, like 50 pages left. She had kissed a lot of people, but none of them will ever kiss like him. The difference doesn't lie in the technicalities. His mouth is no better shaped to the task. It is just the way he uses it. It is the difference between tasting a peach out of season and at first bite into sun-ripened fruit. The difference between seeing only in black and white and alive in full color film. The first time, it is a kind of fight, neither letting down their guards, each watching for the tellable glint of some hidden blade seeking flesh. When they finally collide, it is with all the force of bodies kept too long apart. It is a battle waged on bed sheets, and in the morning, the whole room shows the signs of their war.
It's been so long,
he says,
since I haven't wanted to leave.
She looks at the window, the first thin edge of light. Then don't.
I must,
he says.
I am a thing of darkness.
She props her head up on one hand. Will you vanish with the sun?
I simply go where it is dark again.
Addie rises, goes to the window, and draws the curtain closed, plunging the room back into lightless black. There, she says, feeling her way back to him. Now it is dark again. Luke laughs, a soft, beautiful sound, and pulls her down into the bed. Okay, now we're jumping everywhere at nowhere from 1952 to 1968. It is only sex. At least it starts that way. He is a thing to be gotten out of her system. She is a novelty to be enjoyed. Addie half expects them to burn out in a single night, to waste whatever energy they've gathered in their years of spinning. But 2 months later, he comes to find her again, steps out of nothing and back into her life. And she thinks about how strange it is to see him against the reds and golds of autumn, the changing leaves, a charcoal scarf loose around his throat. It is weeks until his next visit, and then only days. So many years of solitary nights, hours of waiting and hating and hoping. Now he's there. Still, Addie makes herself small promises in the space between his visits. She will not linger in his arms. She will not fall asleep beside him. She will not feel anything but his lips on her skin, his hands tangled in hers, the weight of him against her. Small promises, but ones she does not keep. It is only sex, and then it is not.
Dine with me,
Luke says as a winter gives way to spring.
Dance with me,
he says as a new year begins.
Be with me,
he says at last, as one decade slips into the next. And one night, Addie wakes in the dark to the soft pressure of his fingertips, drawing patterns on her skin. And she is struck by the look in his eyes. No, not the look, the knowing. It is the first time that she has woken up in bed with someone who hasn't already forgotten her. The first time she's heard her name again after the pause of sleep. First time she hasn't felt alone. And something in her splinters. Addie does not hate him anymore. He has not for a long time. She does not know when the shift started. If it was a specific point in time, or as Luke once warned her, the slow erosion of a coast. All she knows that she is tired, and he is the place she wants to rest, and that somehow she's happy. But it is not love. When Addie feels herself forgetting, or whenever Addie feels herself forgetting, she presses her ear to his bare chest and listens to the drum of life, a drawing of breath. And he is only the woods at night, the quiet hush of summer. A reminder that he is a lie, that his face and his flesh are simply a disguise. That he is not human. That this is not love. And now we're jumping back. Chapter 11. New York City, July 30th, 2014. The city slides past beyond the window, but Addie doesn't turn her head, doesn't admire the skyline of Manhattan, the buildings soaring to every side. Instead, she studies Luke, reflected in the darkened glass, the line of his jaw, the arc of his brow, angles drawn by her hand so many, many years ago. She's watching him the way of one watches a wolf at the edge of the woods, waiting to see what it will do. He is the first to break the silence, the first to move a piece.
Do you remember the opera in Munich? I remember everything, Luke. The way you looked at the players on that stage as if you'd never seen theater before.
I'd never seen theater like that.
The wonder in your eye. At the sight of something new, I knew that I'd never win.
She wants to savor the words like a sip of good wine, but the grapes turn sour in her mouth. She does not trust them. The car pulls to a stop outside La Coucou, a French restaurant at the lower side of Soho. Ivy climbing the outer walls. She has been there before. 2 of the best meals she's had in New York, and she wonders if Luke knows how much she likes it, or if he simply shares her taste. Again, he offers his hand. Again, she does not take it. Addie watches a couple as they approach the doors of the restaurant, only to find them locked. Watches them walk away, murmuring something about reservations, but when Luke takes the handle, the door swings open easily. Inside, massive chandeliers hang from the high ceilings and the large glass windows shine black. The place feels cavernous, large enough to seat 100, but tonight it is empty, save for 2 chefs visible in the open kitchen, a pair of servers, and the maître d', who drops into a low bow as Luke approaches. Monsieur Dubois, he says in a dreamy voice. Mademoiselle? He leads them to their table, a red rose set before each place. The maître d' pulls back her chair, and Luke waits for her to take her seat before taking his own. The man opens a bottle of Merlot and pours, and Luke lifts his glass to her and says,
To you, Adeline.
There is no menu, no order to be taken. The plates simply arrive. Foie gras with cherries and rabbit terrine, halibut and beurre blanc, a fresh baked bread, and half a dozen kinds of cheese. The food is, of course, exquisite. But as they eat, the host and servers stand against the walls, eyes open, empty, a bland expression on their faces. She has always hated this aspect of his power and the careless way he wields it. She tips her glass in the direction of the puppets. Send them away, she says, and he does. A silent gesture, and the servers disappear, and they are alone in an empty restaurant. Would you do that to me? She asks when they are gone. Luke shakes his head.
I could not,
he says, and she thinks he means because he cared for her too much. But then he says,
I have no power over promised souls. Their will is their own.
It is a cold comfort, she thinks, but it is something. Luke looks down onto his wine. He turns the stem between his fingers. There's the darkened glass. She sees the 2 of them, tangled in silk sheets, her fingers in his hair, his hands playing songs against her skin.
Tell me, Adeline, he says, have you missed me?
Of course she has missed him. She can tell herself, and as she has told him, that she only missed being seen, or missed the force of his attention, the intoxication of his presence. But it is more than that. She missed him the way someone might miss the sun in winter, though they still dread its heat. She missed the sound of his voice, the knowing in his touch, the flint on stone friction of their conversations, the way they fit together. He is gravity. He is 300 years of history. He is the only constant in her life, the only one who will always, always remember. Luke is the man she dreamed of when she was young, and the one she hated most, and the one she loved. And Addie missed him every night she was gone from her, and he deserved none of her pain because it was his fault. It was his fault. No one else remembered. It was his fault that she lost and lost and lost, and she does not say any of that because it will change nothing. And because there is still one thing she hasn't lost, one piece of her story that she can't save. Henry. So Addie makes her gambit. She reaches across the table and takes Luke's hands and tells him the truth. I missed you. His green eyes shimmer and shift at the words. He brushes the ring on her finger, traces the whorls in the wood.
How many times did you almost put it on?
He asks.
How often do you think of me?
And he assumes he is baiting her. Until his voice softens to a whisper, the faintest roll of thunder in the air between them.
Because I thought of you, Adeline.
You didn't come.
You didn't call.
She looks down at her tangled hands. Tell me, Luke, she says. Was any of it real?
Was it real to you, Adeline? Since my love counts for nothing.
You're not capable of love. He scowls, his eyes flashing emerald.
Because I'm not human. Because I do not wither and die.
No, she says, drawing back her hand. You're not capable of love because you cannot understand what it is to care for someone else more than yourself. If you loved me, you would have let me go by now. Luke flicks his fingers.
What nonsense,
he says.
It is because I love you that I won't. Love is hungry. Love is selfish.
You're thinking of possession. He shrugs.
Are they so different? I have seen what humans do, the things they love.
People are not things, she says, and you will never understand them.
I understand you, Adeline. I know you better than anyone else in the world.
Because you let me not have no one else. She takes a steadying breath. I know you won't spare me, Luke, and perhaps you are right. We do belong together. So if you love me, spare Henry Strauss. If you love me, let him go. His temper flashes through his face.
This is our night, Adeline. Do not ruin it with talk of someone else.
But you said...
Come,
he says, pushing back from the table.
There's no... This place no longer suits my taste.
The server has just set a pear tart on the table. But it turns to ash as Luke speaks, and Addie marvels the way she always has at the moodiness of gods. Look, she starts, but he is already on his feet, casting the napkin off into the ruined food. Chapter 12, New Orleans, Louisiana, July 29th, 1970. I love you. They are in New Orleans when he says it, dining in a hidden bar in the French Quarter of one of his many installations. Addie shakes her head, amazed. The words do not turn to ash in his mouth. Do not pretend that this is love. Annoyance flashes across Luke's face.
What is love then? Tell me. Tell me your heart doesn't flutter when you hear my voice. It doesn't ache when you hear your name on my lips.
It's my own name I ache for, not your lips. The edge of his mouth curls up. His eyes are now emerald, a brightness born of pleasure.
Once, perhaps,
he says.
now. It's more.
She's afraid that he's right. And then he sets a box before her. It is simple and black, and if Addie were to reach for it, it would be small enough to fit within her palm. But she doesn't. Not at first. "What is it?" she asks.
A gift.
Still, she does not take it.
Honestly, Adeline,
He says, sweeping the box back from the table.
it will not bite.
He opens it and sets it back before her. Inside, there's a simple brass key. And when she asks him where it leads to, he says,
Home.
Addie stiffens. She has not had a home, not since Villon. Has never, in fact, had a place of her own. She's almost grateful because she remembers, of course, that he is the reason why. "Do not mock me, Luke."
I am not mocking you,
he says. He takes her hand and leads her through the quarter to a place at the end of Bourbon Street, a yellow house with a balcony and windows as tall as doors. She slides the key into the lock and listens to the heavy sound of the turn and realizes if it belonged to Luke instead of her, the door would simply open, and suddenly the brass key feels real and solid in her hand. A treasured thing. The door swings open onto a house with high ceilings and wooden floors, with furniture and closets and spaces to be filled. She steps out onto the balcony, the layered sounds of the quarter rising to meet her in the humid air. Jazz spills through the streets, crashing, overlapping, a chaotic melody changing and alive.
It is yours,
says Luke.
a home.
And the old warning sounds deep in the marrow of her bones. But these days it is a shrinking beacon, a lighthouse viewed too far from port. He pulls her back against him, and Addie notices the perfect way they fit together, as if he was made for her. Which, of course, he was. This body, this face, these features made to make her feel at ease.
Let's go out,
he says. Addie wants him to stay in, to Christ in the house, but he says there will be time. There'll always be time. And for once, he doesn't dread the idea of forever. For once, the days and nights don't drag, but race ahead. She knows that whatever this is, it will not last. It cannot last. Nothing ever does. But in the moment, she's happy. They make their way through the quarter, arm in arm, and Luke lights a cigarette. When she tells him it's bad for his health, he lets out a breathy, noiseless laugh, smoke pouring between his lips. Her steps slow before a shop window. The store is closed, of course, but even through the darkened glass, she can see the leather jacket, black with silver buckles, draped over a mannequin. Luke's reflection shimmers behind her as he follows her gaze.
It is summer,
he says. It won't always be. Luke smooths his hands over her shoulders, and she feels the soft leather settling against her skin. The mannequin in the window now bare, and tries not to think of all the years she went without, forced to suffer through the cold, of all the time she had to hide and fight and steal. She tries not to think of them, but she does. They are halfway back to the yellow house when Luke peels away.
I have to do,
he says.
Go on home.
Home. The word rattles through her chest as he walks away. But she doesn't go. She watches Luke round the corner and cross the street, and then she lingers in the shadow as he approaches a shop with a luminescent palm painted on the door. No, the woman stands on the sidewalk, closing up, her frame bent over a ring of keys, a large bag drooping from one elbow. She must hear him coming because she murmurs something to the dark, something about closing, something about another day, and then she turns and sees him. In the glass of the shop window, Addie sees Luke too, Not as he is to her, but as he must appear to the woman in the doorway. He has kept those dark curls, but his face is leaner, sharper in a wolfish way, his eyes deep set, his limbs too thin to be human.
A deal is a deal, he says,
the words bending on the air.
and it is done.
Addie watches, expecting the woman to beg, to run. But she sets her bag down and on the ground and lifts her chin.
A deal is a deal, she says, and I'm tired.
And somehow this is worse because Addie understands, because she is tired too. And as she watches, the darkness comes undone again. It has been more than 100 years since Addie last saw the truth of him, the roiling night with all its teeth, only this time. There's no rending, no tearing, no horror. The darkness simply falls around the old woman like a storm, blotting out the light. And Addie turns away. She goes back to the yellow house on Bourbon Street and pours herself a glass of wine, crisp and cold and white. It is blisteringly hot. The balcony doors are flung open to ease the summer night. She's leaning on the iron rail when she hears him arrive, not on the street below as a courting lover might, but in the room behind her. When his arms drift around her shoulders, Addie remembers the way he held the woman in the doorway, the way he folded around her, swallowing her whole. Chapter 13. New York City, July 30th, 2014. Luke's mood has shifted a little as they walk. The night is warm, the moon barely a crescent shape. His head falls back and he inhales, breathing in the air as if it were not right with summer heat. Too many people in too little space. How long have you been here? She asks.
I can't go,
he says, but she has learned to read the space between his words and guesses he has been in New York almost as long as she has, lurking like a shadow at her back. She doesn't know where they are going, and for the first time she wonders if Luke does either, or if he is simply walking, trying to put space between them and the end of their meal. But as they make their way uptown, she feels time folding around them. She does not know if it's his magic or her memory. But with each passing block, she is storming from him down the Seine. He's leading her away from the sea. She's following him in Florence. They are side by side in Boston and arm in arm on Bourbon Street. They are here together in New York. And if she wonders what would have happened if she hadn't said the word, if he hadn't tripped his hand, if he hadn't ruined everything.
the night is ours,
he says, turning toward her, and his eyes are bright again.
Where shall we go?
Home, she thinks, but she cannot say it. She looks up at the skyscrapers surging to either side. Which one, she wonders, has the best view? After a moment, Luke smiles, flashing teeth, and says,
Follow me.
Over the years, Addie has learned many of the city's secrets, but there's one she did not know. It resides not underground, but on a roof, 84 stories up, reached by a pair of elevators. The first one nondescript and rising only to the 81st floor. The second, a direct replica of Rodin's Gates of Hell, with its writhing bodies clawing to escape, takes you the rest of the way, if you have a key. Luke draws the black card from his shirt pocket and slides it into a yawning mouth along the elevator frame. Is this one of yours? She asks as the doors slide open.
Nothing is really mine,
he says, by way of answer as they step in. He says by way of answer to step in as they step inside. It is a short ascent, 3 brief floors, and when it stops, the doors open to an uninterrupted view of the city. The bar's name in the black letters at her feet. The Low Road. Addie rolls her eyes. Was perdition taken?
Perdition,
he says, eyes sparkling with mischief,
is a different kind of club.
The floors are bronze, the railings glass, and the ceiling open to the sky, and people mill on velvet sofas and dip their feet in shallow pools and linger along the balconies that ring the roof, admiring the city. "Mr. Green," says the hostess, "welcome back."
"Thank you, Renee,"
he says smoothly.
"This is Adeline. Give her anything she wants."
The hostess looks at her, but there's no compulsion in her eyes, no sense that she has been enchanted. Only the cooperation of an employee, one very good at her job. Addie asks for the most expensive drink, and Renee grins at Luke. "You found yourself a match."
"I have,"
he says, resting his hand on the small of Addie's back as he guides her forward. She quickens her step until it falls away and weaves through the milling crowd to the glass rail, looking out over Manhattan. There are no stars visible, of course, but New York rolls away to every side, its own galaxy of light. Up here, at least, she can breathe. It is the easy laughter of the crowd, the ambient noise of people enjoying themselves. So much nicer than the stifled quiet of the empty restaurant, the cloistered silence of the car. It is the sky opening above her, the beauty of the city to every side, and the fact that they are not alone. Renee returns with a bottle of champagne, a visible film of dust coating the glass. "Dom Perignon, 1959, she explains, holding the bottle out for inspection. "From your private case, Mr. Green." Luke waves his hand, and she opens the bottle, pouring 2 flutes. The bubbles so small, they look like flecks of diamond in the glass. Addie sips, savors the way it sprinkles on her tongue. She scans the crowd, filled with the kinds of faces you would recognize, even though you're not sure you've seen them. Luke points out to her those senators and actors, authors and critics, and she wonders if any of them have sold their soul, if any of them are about to. Addie looks down into her glass, the bubbles still rising smoothly to the surface, and when she speaks, the words are barely more than a whisper, the sound stolen by a chattering crowd. But she knows he's listening, knows he can hear her. "Let him go, Luke." His mouth tightens a fraction.
"Adeline,"
he warns. You told me you would listen."
"Fine.
He leans back against the rail and spreads his arms.
Tell me, what do you see in him? This latest human lover?"
Henry Strauss is thoughtful and kind, she wants to say. He is clever and bright, gentle and warm. He is everything you're not. But Addie knows she must tread lightly. "What do I see in him?" she says. "I see myself. Not who I am now, perhaps, but who I was the night you came to rescue me." Luke scowls.
"Henry Strauss wanted to die. You wanted to live. You are nothing alike."
"It's not that simple."
"Isn't it?"
Addie shakes her head. "You see only flaws and faults, weaknesses to be exploited, but humans are messy, Luke. That is the wonder of them. They live and love and make mistakes, and they feel so much. And maybe I'm no longer one of them." The words tear through her as she says them, because she knows this much is true, for better or worse. "But I remember," she presses on. "I remember what it's like, and Henry is
lost."
"He's searching," she counters, "and he will find his way if you let him."
"If I let him," says Luke, "he would have leapt off a roof."
"You don't know that," she says. You never will because you intervened.
I am in the business of souls, Adeline, not second chances.
And I am begging you to let him go. You will not give me mine, so give me his instead. Luke exhales and sweeps his hand across the roof.
Choose someone,
He says. What? He turns her to face the crowd.
choose a soul to take his place. Pick a stranger. Damn one of them instead.
What the fuck? What the fuck? His voice is low and smooth and certain.
There's always a cost.
He says gently.
A price must be paid. Henry Strauss bartered his own soul. Would you tell someone else's to have it back? Would you sell someone else's to have it back?
Addie stares out at the crowded roof, the faces she recognizes and the ones she doesn't, young and old, together and alone. Are any innocent or any cruel? Addie does not know if she can do it, until her hand drifts up, until she points to a man in the crowd, heart plunging through her stomach as she waits for Luke to let go of her, to step forward and claim his prize. But Luke doesn't move. He only laughs.
My Adeline,
He says, kissing her hair.
you have changed more than you think.
She feels dizzy and ill as she twists to face him. No more games, she says. He says, just before he pulls her into the dark. The roof drops away and the void surges up around her, swallowing everything but the scarlet sky in infinite, violent black. And when it withdraws, an instant later, the world is silent. And the city is gone, and she is alone in the woods. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Chapter 14. New Orleans, Louisiana, May 1st, 1984. This is how it ends. With candles burning on the sill, unsteady lighting cast long shadows across the bed, with the blackest part of night stretching beyond the open window, and the first blush of summer on the air, and Addie and Luke's arms, the darkness draped around her like a sheet. And this, she thinks, is home. This, perhaps, is love. And that is the worst part. She has finally forgotten something. Only it is the wrong thing. It is the one thing she was supposed to remember. That the man in the bed is not a man. That the life is not a life. That there are games and battles, but in the end, it is all a kind of war. A touch like teeth along her jaw. The darkness whispering against her skin. I'm not yours, she says, but her mouth only smiles against her throat.
And yet,
He says,
we are together. We belong together.
You belong to me. Do you love me? She asks. His finger trails along her lips.
You know I do.
Then let me go.
I am not holding you here.
This isn't what I mean, she says, rising on one arm. Set me free. He draws back just enough to meet her gaze.
I cannot break the deal.
His head falls, black curls brushing her cheek.
But perhaps
He whispers against her collar.
I could bend end it.
Addie's heart thuds inside her chest.
Perhaps I could change the terms.
She holds her breath as looks, words play along her skin.
I can get better.
He murmurs.
All you have to do is surrender.
The word is a cold shock. A curtain falling on a play, the lovely sets, the stagings, the trained actors all vanish behind the darkened cloth. Surrender. An order whispered in the dark, a warning given to a broken man, a demand made over and over and over for years, until it stopped. How long ago did he stop asking? But of course, she knows. It was when his method changed, when his temper toward her softened. And she's a fool. She's a fool for thinking it meant peace instead of war. Surrender.
What is it?
He asked, feigning confusion, until she throws the word back to his face. Surrender? She snarls.
It is just a word,
he says. But he taught her the power of a word. A word is everything, and his word is a serpent. A coiled trick, a curse.
It is the nature of things,
he says. In order to
change the deal.
But Addie pulls back, pulls away, pulls free. And I am meant to trust you, to give in, and believe that you will give me back. So many years, so many different ways of asking the same thing.
Do you yield?
Alright, ad break real quick. I gotta use the bathroom, I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Oh my god. God, my voice is starting to get a bit rough. But you know, we're almost done. Just pulled Gene from stand-up banner. Ooh, let's go. Hell yeah. Nice. Gene is great. You must think me an idiot, Luke. Her face burns with anger.
I'm amazed you had the patience. But then, you've always been fond of the chase.
Don't you dare. His eyes narrow. His green eyes narrow in the dark. Don't you dare say my name. He's on her feet now, singeing with rage. I knew you were a monster, Luke. I saw it often enough, and yet I still thought, somehow I thought, after all this time. But of course it wasn't love, was it? It wasn't even kindness, it was just another game. There's an instant when she thinks she might be wrong. A fraction of a moment, and Luke looks wounded and confused, and she wonders if he meant only what he said if... Then, it is over. The hurt falls from his face and it passes into shadow. The effect is smooth as a cloud across the sun. A grim smile plays across his lips.
And what a tiresome game it's been.
She knows she drew it out, but the truth still crashes through her. If she was cracked before, now she is breaking.
You cannot fault me for trying a different hand.
I fault you for everything. Luke rises, the darkness drawing into silk and around him.
I've given you everything.
None of it was real. She will not cry. She will not give him the satisfaction of seeing her suffer. She will not give him anything ever again. This is how the fight begins, or rather, this is how it ends. Most fights, after all, are not work of an instant. They build over days and weeks, each side gathering their kindling, stoking their flames. But this is a fight forged over centuries, as old and inevitable as the turning of the world, the passing of an era, the collision of a girl and the dark. Perhaps she should have known it would happen. Perhaps she did. But to this day, Addie doesn't know how the fire started. If it was the candle she swept from the table, or the lamp she tore from a wall, or if the lights looked shattered, or if it was simply a last act of spite. She knows she doesn't have the strength to ruin anything, and yet she did. They did. Perhaps he let her start the fire. Perhaps he simply let it burn. It does not matter in the end. Addie stands on Bourbon Street and watches the house go up in flames, and by the time the firefighters come, there is nothing left to save. It is only ashes. Another life gone up in smoke. Addie has nothing, not even the key in her pocket. It was there, but when she reaches for it, it is gone. Her hand goes to the wooden ring, still at her throat. She tears it free, hurls the band into the smoking ruins of her home, and walks away. New York City, July 30th, 2014. Addie is surrounded by trees, the mossy scent of summer in the woods. Fear winds through her, the sudden, horrible certainty that Luke has broken both rules instead of one. That he has dragged her through the dark, stolen her away from New York, abandoned her somewhere far, far from home. But then her eyes adjust, and she turns and sees the skyline rising above the trees, and realizes that she must be in Central Park. Relief sweeps through her. And then Luke's voice drifts through the dark. He says, and she cannot tell what it is, what is an echo. It is simply him, unbound by flesh and bone and mortal shapes. You promised, she calls.
Did I?
Luke steps out of the dark the way he did that night, drawing together from smoke and shadow a storm bottled into skin.
Am I the devil of the darkness, he asked her before. Am I a monster or a god?
He is no longer dressed in the sleek black suit, but as he was when she first summoned him, a stranger in trousers, a pale tunic open at his throat, his dark hair curling against his temples. The dream conjured so many years ago. But one thing has changed. There's no triumph in his eyes. The color has gone out of him, so pale they're almost gray. And although she's never seen the shade before, she guesses it is sadness.
I will give you what you want,
he says,
if you will do one thing.
What? She asks. Luke holds out his hand.
Dance with me,
he says. There's no longing in his voice, and loss, and she thinks, perhaps it is the end of this, of them. A game finally played out, a war with no winners. And so she agrees to dance. There's no music, but it doesn't matter. When she takes his hand, she hears the melody, soft and soothing in her head. Not a song exactly, but the sound of the woods in summer, the steady hush of the wind through the fields. And as he pulls her close, she hears a violin, low and mournful, along the sand. His hand slides through hers, and there's the steady murmur of the seaside, the symphony soaring through Munich. Addie leans her head against his shoulders and hears the rain falling in Vion, the brass band ringing in an LA lounge, and the ripple of a saxophone throughout the open windows on Bourbon. The dancing stops, the music fades. A tear slides down her cheek. All you had to do was set me free. Luke sighs and lifts her chin.
I could not.
Because of the deal?
Because you are mine.
Addie twists free. I was never yours, Luke, she says, turning away. Not in the woods that night, and not when you took me to bed. You were the one who said it was just a game.
I lied.
The words a knife.
You loved me,
he says.
and I loved you.
And yet, she says, you didn't come to find me until I'd found someone else. She turns back toward him, expecting to see those yellow eyes yellowing with envy. But instead, they have gone a weedy, arrogant green, mirrored by the expression on his face, the faint lift of a single brow, the corner of his mouth.
Oh,
he says,
you think you found each other?
Oh my God, what? The words are a misstep, a sudden drop.
Do you truly think that I would let that happen?
The ground tilts beneath her feet.
That for all the deals I do, such a thing would ever pass beneath my notice?
What the fuck? Addie squeezes her eyes shut and she's lying beside Henry, their fingers laced together in the grass. He's looking up at the night sky, She's laughing at the idea that Luke finally made a mistake.
You must have thought yourself so clever,
He's saying now.
Star-crossed lovers brought together by chance. What are the odds that you would meet? That you would both be bound to me? Both have sold your souls for not something only the other could provide. The truth is so much easier than that. I put Henry in your path. I gave him to you, wrapped and ribboned like a gift.
Fuck! What? Why? She asks, throat closing around the word. Why would you do that?
Because it's what you wanted. You were so set upon your need for love, you could not see beyond it. I gave you this. I gave you him, so you could see that love was not worth the space you held for it. The space you kept from me.
But it was worth it. It is. He reaches out to brush her cheek.
It won't be when he's gone.
Addie pulls away from his words, his touch. This is cruel, Luke. Even for you.
No,
He snarls.
cruelty would be 10 years instead of 1. Cruelty would be to let you have a lifetime with him and have to suffer more for losing.
I would choose it anyway. She shakes her head. You never intended to let him live, did you? Luke inclines his head.
A deal's a deal, Adeline. And deals are binding.
That you would do all this to torment me?
No,
He snaps.
I did it to show you, to make you understand. You put them on such a pedestal. But humans are brief and pale, and so is their love. It is shallow. It is not it does not last. You long for human love, but you are not human, Adeline. You haven't been for centuries. You have no place with them. You belong to me.
Oh my god, I can't with this book. What the fuck? Addie recoils, anger hardening to ice inside her. What a hard lesson it must be for you, she says, that you can't have everything you want.
Want.
He sneers.
Want is for children. If this were want, I would be rid of you by now. I would have forgotten for you centuries ago.
He says, a bitter loathing in his voice.
This is a need. A need is painful but patient. Do you hear me, Adeline? I need you as you need me. I love you as you love me.
He hears the pain in his voice. Perhaps that is why she wants to hurt him worse. He taught her well to find the weakness in the armor. But that's the thing, Luke, she says.
I don't love you at all. The words are soft, steady, and yet they rumble through the dark. The trees rustle and the shadows thicken, and Luke's eyes burn a shade she's never seen before, a venomous color. And for the first time in centuries, she is afraid. Does he mean so much to you? He asks, voice flat and hard as river stones. Spend time with your human love. Bury him and mourn him and plant a tree over his grave. His edges begin to blur into the dark. I will still be here, he says. And so will you. Luke turns away and is gone. Addie sinks to her knees in the grass. She stays there until the first threads of light seep into the sky, and then, at last, she forces herself up again, walks to the subway in a fog, Luke's words looping through her head. You're not human, Evelyn. You thought you found each other. You must have thought yourself so clever. Spend time with your love. I will still be there. So will you. The sun is rising by the time she gets to Brooklyn. She stops to pick up breakfast, a concession, an apology for staying away all night. And that is when she sees the paper stacked against the newsstand. That is when she sees the date stamped in the upper corner. August 6th. She has left the apartment on the 30th of July. Spend time with your love, he said. But Luke has taken it. He didn't steal a night. He took an entire week, 7 precious days erased from her life and Henry's. And Addie runs, stumbles through the door and up the stairs, turns out her purse, but the key is gone. And she pounds on the door, terror surging through her that the world has changed, that Luke has somehow rewritten more than time, somehow taken everything. But then the lock slides and the door falls open. And there's Henry, exhausted, disheveled, and she knows by the look in his eyes that he did not expect her to come back. That at some point between the first morning and the next, and the next, and the next, he thought she was gone. Addie throws her arms around him now. I'm so sorry, she says. And it is not just for the stolen week. It is for the deal, the curse, the fact that it is her fault. I'm so sorry, she says over and over. And Henry doesn't shout, doesn't rage, doesn't even say, I told you so. He simply holds her tight and says, enough. Says, promise me. Says, stay. And none of them are questions, but she knows he's asking, pleading with her to let it go, to stop fighting, stop trying to change their fates, and just be with him until the end. And Addie cannot bear the thought of giving up, of giving in, of going down without a fight. But Henry is breaking, and it is her fault. So in the end, she agrees. No! 16. New York City, August 2014. No date, just August. These are the happiest days of Henry's life. It is an odd thing to say, he knows. But there's a strange freedom to it, a peculiar comfort in the knowing the end is rushing up to meet him. And yet he does not feel like he's falling toward it. He knows he should be scared. Every day he braces for the restless terror, waits for the storm clouds to roll in, expects the inevitable panic to climb inside his chest, pry him apart.
But for the first time in months, in years, and as long as he can remember, he is not afraid. He's worried about his friends, of course, about the bookstore and the cat, but beyond the low hum of concern, it's only a strange calm, a steadiness, and the incredible relief that he found Addie, that he got to know her, to love her, to have her here beside him. He's happy, he's ready, he's not afraid. That is what he tells himself. He's not afraid. I can't. Oh my God. They decide to go upstate, to get out of the city, away from the stagnant summer heat, to see the stars. He rents a car and they drive north, and he realizes halfway up the Hudson that Addie has never met his family. And then he realizes with a sudden sinking weight that he is not supposed to go home until Rosh Hashanah, and that he will be gone by then. That if he does not take this exit, he will never get a chance to say goodbye. And then the clouds begin to roll in. The fear tries to climb inside his chest because he doesn't know what he would say. He doesn't know what good it would do. And then he's past the exit. Then it is too late. And he can breathe again. And Addie is pointing to a sign for fresh fruit. And they pull off the freeway to buy peaches from the stand and sandwiches from the market, and drive an hour north to a state park where the sun is hot but the shade beneath the tree is cool. And they spend the day wandering the woodland paths, and when night falls, they make a picnic on the roof of the rented car and stretch out beneath the wild weedy grass and the stars. So many. The night doesn't seem that dark. And he's still happy. He can still breathe. They have no tent, but it is too hot for covers anyway. They lie on a blanket in the grass and look up at the ghost of the Milky Way. And he thinks of the artifact on the High Line, the exhibit of the sky, of how close the stars felt then, and now how far away. If you could do it again, he says, would you make the deal? Would you still make the deal? And Addie says yes. It has been a hard and lonely life, she says, and a wonderful one too. She has lived through wars and fought in them, witnessed revolution and rebirth. She has left her mark on 1,000 works of art, like a thumbprint in the bottom of a drying bowl. She has seen marvels and gone mad, has danced in snowbanks and frozen to death along the Seine. She fell in love with the darkness many times, fell in love with the human ones. She's tired, unspeakably tired. But there's no question she has lived. Nothing is all good. Oh, wait. Nothing is all good or all bad, she says. Life is so much messier than that. And there, in the dark, he asks if it was really worth it. Were the instants of joy worth the stretches of sorrow? Were the moments of beauty worth the years of pain? And she turns her head and looks at him and says, always.
They fall asleep beneath the stars, and when they wake up in the morning, the heat has leaked away. The air is cool. The first whispers of another season, the first one he won't see, waiting in the distance. And still, he tells himself he is not afraid. And then the weeks turn into days. There are some goodbyes he has to make. He meets Bee and Robbie at the Merchant one night. Addie sits across the bar sipping a soda and giving him space. He wants her there, he needs her there, a silent anchor in the storm. But they both know that if she were at the table with him, Bee and Robbie might forget, and he needs them to remember. And for a little while, everything is wonderfully, painfully normal. Bee talks about her latest thesis proposal, and apparently 9th time's the charm because it's been approved. And Robbie talks about the show's premiere next week. And Henry does not tell him that he snuck into a dress rehearsal yesterday. That he and Addie lurked in the last row of seats, slouched low as so he could watch Robbie on the stage, brilliant, beautiful, and in his element, lounging on his throne with Bowie's flair and the devil's grin and a magic all his own. And at last Henry lies and tells them he's going out of town, upstate to see his parents. No, it is not time, he says, but he has cousins visiting his mother. His cousins visiting, his mother asked. Just for the weekend, he says. He asks Bee if she can work the store, asks Robbie if he will feed the cat. And they say yes, simple as that, because they do not know it is goodbye. Henry pays the tab, and Robbie jokes, and Bee complains about her undergrads. And Henry tells them he'll call when he gets back. But when he gets to go, Bee kisses his cheek, and he pulls Robbie in for a hug. And Robbie says he better not miss his show. And Henry promises he won't. And then they're going. They're gone. And this, he decides, is what a goodbye should be. Not a period, but an ellipsis, a statement trailing off until someone is there to pick it up. It is a door left open. It is drifting off to sleep. And he tells himself he's not afraid, tells himself it is okay. He is okay. And just when he begins to doubt, Addie's hand is there, soft and steady on his arm, leading him back home. And they climb into bed and curl into each other against the storm. And sometime, in the middle of the night, he feels her get up. He hears her padding down the hall. But it is late, and he thinks nothing of it. He rolls over and goes back to sleep. When he wakes again, it is still dark, and she's back beside him in the bed. And the watch on the table twitches one step closer to midnight. (17) New York City, September 4th, 2014. It is such an ordinary day. They stay in bed, curled together in the nest of sheets, head to head, and hands trailing over arms along cheeks, fingers, memorizing skin. He whispers her name over and over, as if she can save the sound, bottle it up to use when he's gone. Addie, Addie, Addie. And despite it all, Henry's happy. Or at least he tells himself he's happy. Tells himself he's ready. Tells himself he isn't afraid. And he tells himself that if they just stay here in the bed, the day will last. If he holds his breath, he can keep the seconds from moving forward, pin the minutes between their tangled fingers. It is an unspoken plea, but Addie seems to sense it, because she makes no motion to get up. Instead, she stays with him in bed and tells him stories. Not of anniversaries, They've run out of July 29th, but of Septembers and Mays, of quiet days, the kind no one else would remember. She tells him of fairy pools on the Isle of Skye and the northern lights in Iceland, of swimming in a lake so clear she could see the bottom 10 meters down in Portugal, or was it Spain? These are the only stories he will never write down. It is his own failing. He cannot bring himself to unfold, to let go of Addie's hands and climb out of the bed and grab the latest notebook from the shelf. There are 6 of them now, the last only half filled, and he realizes it will stay that way. Those last blank pages, his cramped cursive like a wall, a false end to an ongoing story, and his heart skips a little, a tiny shudder of panic, but he can't let it start, knows it will tear through him, the way a shiver turns a momentary chill into teeth shuddering cold, and he cannot lose his hold. Not yet, not yet, not yet. So Addie talks and he listens, letting the story slide like fingers through his hair. And every time the panic tries to fight its way to the surface, he fights it back, holds his breath and tells himself he's fine. But he doesn't move, doesn't get up. He cannot, because if he does, it will break the spell, and time will race forward. It will be forever. It will be over too fast. It is a silly thing, he knows, a strange surge of superstition. But the fear is there now, real now. And the bed is safe. And Addie is steady. And he's so glad she's here. So glad for every minute since they met. Sometime in the afternoon, he's suddenly hungry, famished. He shouldn't be. It feels frivolous and wrong, inconsequential now. But the hunger is swift and deep. And with its arrival, the clock begins to tick. He can't hold time at bay. It is racing forward now, rushing away. And Addie looks at him, as if she can read his mind, see the storm building in his head. But she is sunshine. She is clear skies. She draws him out of bed and into the kitchen. And Henry sits on a stool and listens as she makes an omelet and tells him about the first time she flew a plane. A song on the radio, saw a moving picture. This is the last gift she can give him, the moments he will never have. And this is the last gift he can give her, the listening. And he wishes they could climb back into bed with Book, but they both know there's no going back. And now that he's up, he cannot bear the stillness. He is still he's all restless energy and urgent need. There isn't enough time, and he knows, of course, that there never will be. The time always ends a second before you're ready. That life is the minutes you want minus one. And so they get dressed and they go out and walk, wearing circles into the book as the panic begins to win. It is a hand pressing against weakened glass, a steady pressure on spreading cracks. But Addie is there, her fingers laced through his. Do you know how you live 300 years? He says. And when he asks how, she smiles. Same way you live one, a second at a time. And eventually, his legs are tired and the restlessness recedes. Doesn't vanish but dulls to a manageable degree. And they go to the merchant and order food they do not eat and order beers they do not drink because he cannot bear to dull these last few hours, as frightening as it is to face them sober. And he makes some comment about his last meal, laughs at the morbid thought of it, and Addie's smile falters just for a second. And then he's apologizing. He's sorry. She's folding herself around him, and the panic has its claws in him. The storm is brewing in his head, churning the sky on the horizon, but he doesn't fight it. He lets it come, Only when it starts raining does he realize the storm is real. He tips his head back and feels the drip of rain on his cheek, and thinks of the night they went to the fourth rail, the downpour that caught them breathless when they reached the street. He thinks of that before he thinks of the rooftop, and that is something. He feels so far from the Henry who climbed up there a year ago, or perhaps he's not that far at all. It is only a matter of steps after all, from the street to the edge. But what he would give to go back down. God, what he would give just for another day. The sun is gone now, the light going thin, and he will never see it again. And the fear crashes into him, sudden and traitorous. It is a gust of wind cutting through a too still scene. Okay, there's an ad break. I need that break right now. Oh my god. This is the finale. Yeah, we're getting close. We're like 30 pages away, maybe. We're at 518 out of like 540. I don't know what's going to happen. Ah. Oh my god. I don't want this to end, especially not in the way I think it's about to end. Oh my god. Alright, back from the outbreak. Oh god. I don't want this book to end this way. He fights it back. Not yet, not yet, not yet. And Addie squeezes his hand so he won't blow away. Stay with me, she says, and he answers, I'm here. His fingers tighten on hers. He doesn't have to ask. She doesn't have to answer. There's an unspoken agreement that she will be there with him until the very end. At this time... Oh. Fucking ads on the... Oh. Okay. Okay. There we go. Why did it get louder? Okay. There's an unspoken agreement that she will be there with him until the very end. But this time, he won't be alone, and he is okay. It is okay. It will be okay. Chapter 18. It is almost time. They are on the roof. The same roof he nearly stepped off a year before. The same one where he stood with the devil and made his deal. It is a full circle moment. And he doesn't know if it has to be here. If he has to be here. but it feels right. Addie's hand is linked in his, and that feels right too. A grounding force against a rising storm. There's still a little time. The hand on the watch, a fraction of a fraction of a fraction from midnight. And he can hear B's voice in his head. Only you would arrive early to your own death. And Henry smiled, despite himself, and wishes he had said more to B and Robbie. But the simple fact is, he didn't trust himself. He has made his goodbyes, though they will not know until know it until he's gone. And he's sorry for that, for them, for whatever pain he might cause. He's glad that they have each other. Addie's hand tightens in his. It is almost time, and he wonders what it would feel like to lose a soul. If it will be like a heart attack, sudden and violent, or as easy as falling asleep. Death takes so many forms. Perhaps this does too. Will the darkness appear and reach a hand into his chest and pull his soul out between his ribs like a magic trick? Or will some force compel him to finish what he started, to walk off the edge of the roof and step off? Will he be found on the street below, as if he jumped? Or will they find him up here on the roof? He doesn't know. He doesn't need to know. He's ready. He's not ready. He wasn't ready last year on the roof when the stranger held out his hand. He wasn't ready then. He isn't ready now. And he's beginning to suspect no one is ever ready. Not even when the moment comes. Not when the darkness reaches out to claim its prize. Music streams, thin and tinny, through the neighbor's open window. And Henry pulls his thoughts back from death and the edge of the roof to the girl with her hand in his. The one telling him to dance with her. Oh my God! He pulls her close and she smells of summer. She smells of time. She smells of home. I'm here, she says. Addie has promised to stay with him until the end. The end. The end. It echoes through his head like the striking of a clock. But it's not time. He still has time, though it is vanishing so fast. They teach you, growing up, you are only one thing at a time. Angry, lonely, content. But he's never found that to be true. He is a dozen things at once. He is lost and scared and grateful. He's sorry and happy and afraid. But he's not alone. It is beginning to rain again, the air gone damp with the metallic scent of storms in the city. And Henry doesn't care, thinks there's something to be said for symmetry. They turn in a slow circle of the roof. He has not slept well in days, and he has made his legs heavy. His mind too slow, the minutes speeding up around him. And he wishes the music were louder, wishes the sky were lighter, wishes he had just a little more time. No one is ever ready to die, even when they think they want to. No one is ready. He isn't ready. But it is time. It's time. Addie is saying something, but the watch has stopped moving. It hangs weightless on him now, and it is time. And he can feel himself slipping, can feel the edges of his mind going soft. Oh my God. The night, heavy, and any moment the stranger will step out of the dark. Addie is guiding his face to hers. She's saying something, and he doesn't want to listen. He's afraid it's a goodbye. He just wants to hold on to this moment. To make it last. To will it still. Turn the film into a freeze frame. Let that be the end.
Not darkness, not nothing, just a permanent moment. A memory trapped in ember, in glass, in time. But she's still speaking. You promised you would listen, she says. You promised you would write it down. He doesn't understand. The journals are on the shelf. He has written her story, every part. I did, he says. I did. But Addie is shaking her head. Henry, she says. I haven't told you how it ends. Oh my God. Chapter 19. New York City, September 1st, 2014. 3 days until the end. Some decisions happen all at once, and others build up over time. A girl makes a deal with the darkness after years of dreaming. A girl falls in love with a boy in a moment and resolves to set him free. Addie doesn't know exactly what she decided. Perhaps she has known since the night Luke walked back into their lives. Or perhaps she has known since the night he wrote her name. Or perhaps she has known since he said these words. I remember you. She isn't sure. It doesn't matter. What matters is that the 3 nights before the end, Addie slips out of bed. Henry rolls over in his sleep, wakes enough to hear her padding down the hall, but not enough to hear her put her on her shoes and slip out into the dark. It is almost 2, the time between very late and very early, and even Brooklyn has quieted to a murmur as she walks the 2 blocks to the Merchant Bar. It is an hour until closing. The crowd thinned to few determined drinkers. Addie takes a stool at the bar and orders a shot of tequila. She's never been one of for hard liquor, but she downs the drink in one, feels the warmth settle in her chest as she reaches into her pocket and finds the ring. Her fingers curl around the wooden band. She draws it out, balances the ring upright on the counter. She spins it like a coin, but there are no heads or tails, no yes, no or no, no choice beyond the one she's already made. She decides that when it settles, she will put it on, when it falls. But as it begins to wobble and tip, a hand comes down on top of it, pressing it flat against the bar. The hand is smooth and strong, the fingers long, the details just as she once drew them.
Shouldn't you be with your love?
There's no humor in Luke's eyes. They are flat and dark. He's sleeping, she says, and I cannot. Luke's hand has withdrawn, and Addie looks at the pale circle of the ring still on the counter.
Adeline,
he says, stroking her hair.
It will hurt, and it will pass. All things do.
Except for us, she murmurs, and then she adds, as if to herself, I am glad it was only a year. Luke sinks onto a stool beside her.
And how was it? Your human love? Was it everything you dreamed of?
No, she says, and it is the truth. It was messy, it was hard, it was wonderful and strange and frightening and fragile. So fragile it hurt, and it was worth every single moment. She does not tell him any of that. Instead, she lets the no hang in the air between them, heavy with the weight of Luke's assumption. His eyes, such a smug shade of green.
But Henry doesn't die. Doesn't deserve to die to prove your point.
The arrogance flickers, cut through with anger.
A deal is a deal,
he says.
It cannot be broken.
And yet you told me that a deal could be bent.
The terms rewritten. Did you mean it? Or was it just part of the ploy to get me to surrender? Luke's expression darkens. There was no ploy, Edison. But if you think I'll change the terms of his... Addie shakes her head. I'm not talking about Henry Steele, he says. I'm talking about mine. What? 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 She has practiced the words, but they still tumble awkwardly off her tongue. I'm not asking for your mercy, and I know you have no charity. So I'm offering a trade. Let Henry go. Let him live. Let him remember me. And you would surrender your soul. There's a shadow in his gaze when he says it. A hesitation in the words, less want than worry. And she knows then she was him. No, she says, but only because you do not want it. And before he can protest, she continues. You want me. Luke says nothing, but his eyes brighten, his interest piqued. You are right, she says. I'm not one of them, not anymore. And I'm tired of losing, tired of mourning everything I ever tried to love. She reaches out to touch Luke's cheek. But I won't lose you, and you won't lose me, so yes. She looks straight into his eyes. Do this and I will be yours, as long as you want me by your side. What the fuck? He seems to hold his breath, but she's the one who cannot breathe. The words tips, falters. The world tips, falters, threatening to fall. And then at last, Luke smiles, his green eyes emerald with victory. I accept. She lets herself fold, bows her head against his chest in relief, and then his fingers come up beneath her chin, tipping her face to his, and he kisses her the way he did that night they met, swift and deep and hungry, and Addie feels his teeth skate across her bottom lip, the taste of copper blossom on her tongue. And she knows that it is done. What? What? Chapter 20, New York City, September 4th, 2014. No, says Henry, the world half swallowed by the storm. The rain falls hard and fast on the roof, on them. The clock has stopped, the hand thrown up in surrender, but he's still there. You can't do this, he says, head spinning. I won't let you. Addie flashes him a pitying look, because of course he cannot stop her. No one has ever been able to. Estelle used to say she was stubborn as a stone, but even stones wear away to nothing. And she has not. Can't do this, he says, and she says, it's already done. And Henry feels dizzy, feels sick, feels the ground sway beneath him. Why, he pleads, why would you do that? Think of it as a thank you, she says, for seeing me, for showing me what it's like to be seen, to be loved. Now you get a second chance, but you have to let them see you as you are. You have to find people who see you. It is wrong. It is all wrong. You don't love him. A sad smile crosses her face. I've had my share of love, she says. And it is time. It must be time because his vision is blurring, the edges going blank. Listen to me. Her voice is urgent now. Life can feel very long sometimes, but in the end it goes so fast. Her eyes are glassy with tears, but she's smiling. You better live a good life, Henry Strauss. She begins to pull away, but his grip tightens. No! She sighs, fingers threading through his hair. You've given me so much, Henry, but I need you to do one more thing. Her forehead presses against his. I need you to remember me. And he can feel his hold slipping as darkness washes across his vision, blotting out the skyline and the roof, and the girl folding herself against him. Promise me, she says. And her face is beginning to smudge, the swipe of her lips, brown curls and a heart-shaped face, 2 wide eyes, 7 freckles like stars. Promise, she whispers. And he's just lifting his hand to hold her against him, to promise. But by the time his arms close around her, she is gone. And he is falling. And that's the end of part 6. What the fuck? Okay, there's one more part, which is like 20 pages, I guess. Oh my god. So I've never really talked about this as well. Part 7 is called I Remember You. So every start of a part, there's like an art piece shown that's like, I guess, in the universe of the show. And this one is called The Girl Who Got Away. The artist is unknown, the date is 2014, and it's on Polaroid. It's the pictures that Henry took of Addie trying to capture her. Location, on loan from the personal archives of Henry Strauss. A collection of 6 photographs depicting a girl in motion, her features erased, obscured, or otherwise unreadable. The final photo is different. It features a living room floor, the edge of a table, a pile of books, only a pair of feet visible at the bottom. The subject on the photos remains a topic of intense speculation, given the author's relationship to the source material. The flash has erased all meaningful details, but the medium is what makes the pieces remarkable. In standard photography, long exposure would make it possible to achieve the desired effect of motion. But the Polaroid's fixed shutter speed makes the illusion of movement all the more impressive. Estimated value, not for sale. All works currently on display at the Modern Art Museum of Art exhibit in Search of the Real Addie Larue, created by Beatrice Caldwell, PhD, Columbia. Oh my god. Okay. Chapter 1. New York City, September 5th, 2014. So this is right the day after what just happened. This is how it ends. A boy wakes up alone in bed. Sunlight spills through the gap in the curtains, the buildings beyond slick with the aftermath of rain.
He feels sluggish, hungover, still caught within the dregs of sleep. He knows he was dreaming, but he can't for the life of him remember the details of the dream. It must not have been a very pleasant, because he feels only a deep relief at waking. Book looks over the mound of the comforter, orange eyes wide and waiting. It's late. The boy can tell by the angle of the light, the sun, the sounds of traffic on the street. He didn't mean to sleep so long. The girl he loves is always first to wake, shuffling beneath the sheets, the weight of her attention, the soft touch of her fingers on his skin. They are always enough to rouse him out of sleep. Only once did he first wake. Only once did he wake first, and then he had the strange pleasure of seeing her, knees curled up and face tucked against the pillows, still beneath the surface of sleep. But that was a rainy morning just after dawn, when the world was gray, and today the sun is so bright he doesn't know how either of them slept through it. He rolls over to wake her, but the other side of the bed is empty. He splays his hand over the place where she should be, but the sheets are cold and smooth. "Addie," he calls, rising to his feet. He moves through the apartment, checks the kitchen, the bathroom, the fire escape, and even though he knows that she's not there. "Addie!" And then, of course, he remembers. Not the dream. There was no dream, only the night before. The last night of his life. The damp concrete smell of the rooftop. The last tick of the watch as its hand found 12. Her smile as she looked up into his face and made him promise to remember. And now he's here and she's gone. And there's no trace of her left behind except the stuff in his head and the journals. He's up, crossing the room to the narrow set of shelves where he kept them. Red, blue, silver, black, white, green. 6 notebooks, all of them still there. He pulls them from the shelf, spreads them on the bed, and as he does, the Polaroids tumble out. The one he took that day of Addie, her face a blur, her back to the camera, a ghost at the edges of the frame. And he stares at them a long time, convinced that if he squints, she will come into focus. But no matter how long he looks, all he can see are the shapes, the shadows. The only thing he can make out are the 7 freckles. And those are so faint he can't tell if they're really visible, or his memory is simply filling them in where they should be. He sets the photograph aside and reaches for the first journal, then stops, so convinced that when he opens it, he will find the pages blank, the ink erased like every other mark she tried to make. But he has to look, and so he does. And there they are, page after page written in a slanting script, shielded from the curse. But in fact, the words themselves are his, though the story is hers. She wants to be a tree. There's nothing wrong with Roger. She simply wants to live before she dies. It'll make her years to learn to let the language of those eyes. She claws her way up and out, hands splayed across the bony mound of a dead man's back. This is her first. How it should have been. She feels him press 3 coins into her hand. Soul is such a grand word. The truth is so much smaller. It does not take her long to find her father's grave. He picks up the next journal. Paris is burning. The darkness comes undone. And the next, there's an angel above the bar. Henry sits there for hours against the side of the bed, turning through every page of every book, every story she ever told. And when he's done, he closes his eyes and puts his head in his hands amid the open books. Because the girl he loved is gone, and he's still here. He remembers everything. And now we jump to Brooklyn, New York, March 13th, 2015. So about a year later. Henry Samuel Strauss, this is bullshit. B slams the last page down on the coffee counter, startling the cat, who drifted off on a nearby tower of books. You can't end it there. She's clutching the rest of the manuscript to her chest, as if to shield it from him. The title page stares back at him. The Invisible Life of Addie Larue. What happened to her? Did she really go with Luke? After all that? Henry shrugs. I assume so. You assume so? The truth is he doesn't know. He spent the last 6 months trying to transcribe the stories in the notebooks to compile them into this draft, and every night after his hands had crammed and his head had begun to ache from staring at the computer screen, he'd collapse into bed. He does not smell like her, not anymore, and wonder how it ends. If it ends. He wrote a dozen different endings for the book, ones where she was happy and ones where she was not, ones where she and Luke were madly in love, and ones where he clung to her like a dragon with its treasure. But those endings all belong to him and not to her. Those are his story, and this is hers. And anything he wrote beyond those last shared seconds, that final kiss, would be fiction. He tried, but this is real, though no one else will ever know it. He does not know what happened to Addie, where she went, how she is. But he can hope. He hopes she's happy. He hopes she's still brimming with defiant joy and stubborn hope. He hopes he did not do it just for him. He hopes somehow, one day, he'll see her again. You're really going to method actor that shit, aren't you? Says B. Henry looks up. He wants to tell her it's all true, that she met Addie, just like he wrote, that she said the same thing every time. He wants to tell her that they would have been friends, that they were, in that first night of the rest of our lives kind of way, which was, of course, as much as Addie ever got. But she wouldn't believe him. So he lets it live for her as fiction. Did you like it? He asks. And B breaks into a grin. There's no fog in her eyes now, no shine. And he has never been more grateful to have the truth. It's good, Henry, she says. It's really, really good. She taps the title page. Just make sure to thank me in the acknowledgements. What? My thesis, remember? I wanted to do it on the girl in those pieces. The ghost in the frame. That's her, isn't it? And of course it is. Henry runs his hand over the manuscript, relieved and sad that it is done. He wishes he would have lived with it a little longer. Wishes he could have lived with her. But now he's glad to have it. Because the truth is, he's already beginning to forget. It's not that he's fallen victim to her curse. She has not been erased in any way. The details are simply fading, as all things do, glossing over by degrees, the mind loosening its hold on the past to make way for the future. But he doesn't want to let go. He's trying not to let go. He lies in bed that night and closes his eyes and tries to conjure her face, the exact curve of her mouth, the specific shade of her hair, the way the bedside lamp lit against her left cheekbone, her temple, her chin, the sound of her laughter at night, her voice when she was on the edge of sleep. He knows these details are not as important as the ones in the book, but he still can't bear to lose them yet. Belief is a bit like gravity. Enough people believe a thing, and it becomes as solid and real. It becomes as solid and real as the ground beneath your feet. But when you're the only one holding on to an idea, a memory, a girl, it's hard to keep it from floating away. I knew you were going to be a writer, B is saying. All the trappings, you've just been living in denial. I'm not a writer, he says absently. Tell that to the book. You're going to sell it, right? You have to. It's so good. Oh, yeah, he says thoughtfully. I think I'd like to try. And he will. He will get an agent, and the book will go to auction, and in the end, he'll sell the work on one condition, that there is only one name on the cover, and it is not his. And in the end, they will agree. They'll think it's some clever marketing trick, no doubt, but his heart will thrill at the thought of other people reading these words, not his, but hers, of her name carried from lips to lips, from mind to memory. Addie, Addie, Addie. The advance will be enough to pay off his student loans, enough to let him breathe a little while he figures out what he's going to do next. He doesn't know yet what it is, but for the first time it doesn't scare him. The world is wide and he's seen so little of it in his own eyes. He wants to travel, to take photos, listen to other people's stories, and maybe make some of his own. After all, life seems very long sometimes, but he knows it will go so fast and he doesn't want to miss a moment. 3. London, England, February 3rd, 2016. The bookstore is about to close. It gets dark early this time of year, and there's snow in the forecast, which is rare for London. The various clerks bustle about, dismantling old displays and putting up new ones, trying to finish their work before the mist outside turns to frost. She lingers nearby, thumbs skating along the ring at her throat as a pair of teenage girls restock a wall in new fiction. Have you read it yet? Asks one. Yeah, this weekend, says the other. I can't believe the author didn't put their name on it, says the first. Must be some kind of PR stunt. I don't know, says the second. I think it's charming. Makes the whole thing feel real. Like it's really Henry telling her story. First girl laughs. You're such a romantic. Excuse me, cuts in an older man. Could I grab a copy of Addie Larue? Her skin prickles. He says the name with so much ease, sounds tripping off a foreign tongue. She waits until the three of them have moved to the till, and then, at last, she approaches the display. It is not just a table, but a full shelf, 30 copies of the book, faced out, the pattern repeating down the wall. The covers are simple, most of the space given over to the title, which is long and large enough to fill the jacket. It's written in cursive, and just like the notes in the journals by the bed, a more legible version of her words in Henry's hand. The Invisible Life of Addie Larue. She runs her fingers over the name, feels the embossed letters arc and curve beneath her touch, as though she had written them herself. The shop girls are right. There's no author's name, no photo on the back, no sign of Henry Strauss beyond the simple, beautiful fact that the book is in her hands. The story real. She peels back the cover, turns the title to the dedication. 3 small words rest in the corner of the page. I remember you. She closes her eyes and sees him as he was the first day in the store, elbows leaning on the counter as he looked up and frowned at her behind his glasses. I remember you. Sees him at Artifact in the mirrors, and then in the field of stars. Sees his fingers tracing her name on the glass wall and peering over a Polaroid, whispering across Grand Central and head bowed over the journal. black curls falling into his face. Sees him lying next to her in bed, in the grass, upstate, on the beach, their fingers hooked like links in a chain. Feels the warm circle of his arms as he pulled her back beneath the covers, the clean scent of him, the ease in his voice when he said, "Don't forget." And when she said, "Don't forget," and he said, "Never." She smiles, brushing away tears as she sees him on the roof that final night. Addie has said so many hellos, but that was the first and only time she got to say goodbye. A kiss, like a piece of long-awaited punctuation. Not the M dash of an interrupted line or the ellipsis of a quiet escape, but a period, a closed parenthesis, an end. An end. Hey, Horn. How are you doing? We're about to wrap up with the book. Yeah. There's an ad break right now, so we're gonna take a little break, but fuck, man, this book. Man. Can't, man, with this book. Ad break is over for me. Good book. It's amazing. We're at like the last like 10 pages or something, and I've been like trying to keep it together. Like I'm like tearing up and everything. It's so sad. It's so good. Man. What a crazy ending it is. What an absolute crazy fucking ending this book has. What the fuck? I don't want it to end. But alright. There's like... Oh my god, there's like... How many pages left? Only like 3 pages left, guys. Which are kind of novels on YouTube, but it's about how OP the human race is. That's boring. I mean, right now it seems like there's a great sacrifice that happens, so... Give me a moment.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Okay, sorry. Oh, I just came in and got ready for work. I don't want it to end, but we're like 3-4 pages away. That is the thing about living in the present, and only the present. It is a run-on sentence, and Henry was a perfect pause in the story, a chance to catch her breath. She does not know if it was love or simply a reprieve, if contentment can compete with passion, if warmth will ever be as strong as heat. But it was a gift, not a game or a war, not a battle of wills, just a gift. Time and memory, like lovers in a fable. She thumbs through the chapters of the book, her book, and marvels at the sight of her name on every page, her life waiting to be read. It is bigger than her now, bigger than either of them, humans or gods, or things without names. A story is an idea wild as a weed, springing up whenever it is planted. She begins to read, makes it as far as her first winter in Paris when she feels the air change at her back. Hears the name like a kiss at the nape of her neck. And then look is there. His arms fold around her shoulders and she leans back against his chest. They do fit together. They always have. Though she wonders even now if it's simply the nature of what he is, smoke expanding to fill whatever space it is given. His eyes drop to the book in her hands, her name splashed across the cover. How clever you are, he says, murmuring the words into her skin. But he does not seem angry. They can have the story, he says, so long as I have you. She twists in his arms to look at him. Look is beautiful when he is gloating. He shouldn't be, of course. Arrogance is an unattractive trait, but look wears it with all the comfort of a tailored suit. He glows with the light of his own work. He's so used to being right, to being in control. His eyes are a bright, triumphant green. 300 years she's had to learn the color of his moods. She knows them all by now, the meaning of every shade, knows his temper, wants, and thoughts just by studying those eyes. She marvels that in the same amount of time he never learned to read her own. Or perhaps he saw only what he expected, a woman's anger and her need, her fear and hope and lust, all the simpler, more transparent things. But he never learned to read her cunning or her cleverness, never learned to read the nuances of her action, the subtle rhythms of her speech. And as she looks at him, she thinks of all the things her eyes could say, that he has made a grand mistake, that the devil is in the details, and he has overlooked a crucial one. That semantics may seem small, but he taught her once that words were everything. And when she carved the terms of her New Deal, when she traded her soul for herself, you did not say forever, but as long as you want me by your side. And those are not the same at all. If her eyes could speak, they would laugh. They would say that is a fickle god, and long before he loved her, he hated her. He drove her mad, and with her flawless memory, she became a student of his machinations, a scholar of his cruelty. Hey, Slothy. We're on like the last page. Are we almost at the finale? Yeah, like... She has had 300 years to study, and she will make a masterpiece of his regret. Perhaps it will take 20 years, perhaps it will take 100. But he is not capable of love, and she will prove it. She will ruin him, ruin this idea of them. She will break his heart, and he will come back to hate her once again. She will drive him mad, drive him away, and then he will cast her off, and she will finally be free. Addie dreams of telling Luke these things just to see the shade that turns his green eyes, the green of being bested, the green of forfeit, of losing. But if he's taught her anything, it's patience. So Addie says nothing of the new game, to the new rules, the new battle she's begun. She only smiles and sets the book back on its shelf and follows him out in the dark. And that's how the book ends. Yep. There's nothing more, just a few blank pages at the end. I feel like, yeah. It would have been cool if they also put, like, at the end, like, I remember you or something, but yeah. I don't know how to feel about, like, the full-on ending right now. And the way they set it up. I feel like it would have been, I mean, yeah, they've shown what Henry did after what happened, but I feel like they could have ended at that point and don't show what Addie's up to. Leave that open, because I feel like that kind of just took a little bit away. Don't get me wrong, the book is incredible. I loved it, but I feel like those last pages, Addie's like last point of view, was a bit unnecessary, I would say. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm not looking at it the right way, but right now I don't know how to feel about it. That was Lucky Saturday. What happened, Horn? Also, Oasis, I gotta show you something. I'm sure you're still here, right? Chaska in the third poll. Let's fucking go. So, something was just posted on Twitter earlier. I'm gonna go to sleep now. All right, get some good rest, Shadow. But something was posted on the Genshin Twitter earlier today, or like half an hour ago.
1 second. And it is Mawika's drip marketing. She's confirmed to come out now at 5.3. There she is. A little bit delayed, but the drip marketing. Finally. Well. But it seems like it's only Mawika. No, Sitlali or anything. Give me a second. Sorry, give me a second. It's right around the corner, yeah. All small females. But yeah, we have now the officially confirmed Mawika drip marketing. Are you okay? No. No. This book is crazy. The book is fucking crazy, man. Fucking hell. Wait, what? Yeah, it's like an hour ago they posted it. Well, there we go. Mawika officially confirmed now for 5.3. Motorcycle's so cool. Can't wait to listen to the stream. God, I like, especially towards the end. Like the last few days of Henry, basically. God, my voice actually like crumbled a few times, and I had so many tears in my eyes. My voice was literally shaking. I couldn't. Burn the book. Burn it. No. It's good. It's so good. But oh my god. The way they set that up was absolutely incredible. It was like really somber, really sad. Just like there was this whole like full-on somber tone the entire time.